you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I am saying something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक नसीहत है, यदि प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे। आपको अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर, मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है। शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I am saying something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक नसीहत है, यदि प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे। आपको अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर, मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है। शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. sir, I have say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, चेयर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I have say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, चेयर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I have say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा।
I am only post. I am a CF. Let me
ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं।
Take your seat.
लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है। शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell.
Specially designed for
I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आराम से मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे। आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं।
Take your seat.
लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है। शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आराम से मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे। आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं।
Take your seat.
लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, मैं I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलीड कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलीड कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, मैं I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलीड कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलीड कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I have said something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I have said something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि अपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Jay, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आया say something. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक हैसियत है, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि अपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Jay, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आया say something. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक हैसियत है, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
जी, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं? आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
जी, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिसलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह
want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं
I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, मैं आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक हैसियत है, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं say something. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, मैं आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक हैसियत है, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्लेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर
Sir, I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा।
मेरी पोस्ट एक
हैसियत है,
लेकिन
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी तो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर
I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा।
मेरी पोस्ट एक
हैसियत है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे, इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है, ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर I am say something, मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक हैसियत है, प्राइम कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा।
मेरी पोस्ट एक नसीहत है, लेडी
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे। इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को मिसलेट कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed. Sir, I am say something.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा।
मेरी पोस्ट एक नसीहत है, लेडी
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए, स्टेटमेंट करे। इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे।
Take your seat.
लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Jay, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आराम से मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक वसीयत है, यदि प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए स्टेटमेंट करे। इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
Jay, anything you want to say new, you please tell. I called you. If you want to say anything new, you can tell. You are repeating the same thing, then unnecessarily the house is getting disturbed.
सर मैं आराम से मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना, आपसे यही विनती करूंगा। मेरी पोस्ट एक वसीयत है, यदि प्राइम मिनिस्टर सदन में आए स्टेटमेंट करे। इसकी बात आपने कही थी, लेकिन आपके बात को भी वो मर्यादा नहीं कर रहे, आपका अपमान कर रहे, इस हाउस का अपमान कर रहे। लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन हाउस को डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हैं, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया चेयर से। मैं रिकॉर्ड पे कहना चाहता हूं, पार्लियामेंट के समय सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक होम मिनिस्टर पार्लियामेंट में ही रहते हैं। सदन में जिसका बिजनेस होता है वही मंत्री जवाब देता है। ऑपोजिशन तय नहीं करेगा कौन सा मंत्री को कब आना है, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तय नहीं करते हैं। ये गलत फहमी, यहाँ देश को भ्रमण करने के लिए गलत बातें सदन में नहीं कर सकते हैं। कल भी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन ने गलत बात कहा, मैंने प्रोटेस्ट किया। सर मैं करेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन दिया था कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने ऐसा कहा है, शहर से कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं दिया किसी मंत्री को सदन में आने के लिए। और दूसरी बात, आप लोग नाराबाजी करके तुरंत चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट छोड़ के, लेकिन होम मिनिस्टर सुबह से लेकर देर रात तक पार्लियामेंट में ही रहता है, देश का संचालन करता है। और जब होम मिनिस्टर जवाब देगा आप लोग सुन नहीं पाएगा। आप लोग क्या बात करते हैं, आप लोग को हिम्मत नहीं है, सिर्फ नाराबाजी करते, बिजनेस डिस्टर्ब करते, नेगेटिव क्लेम करते। मैं खंडन करता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी के नाराबाजी हरकतों को।
जी, anything you want?
A lot of the founding fathers were against reservations.
I have a slightly different take.
No politician is going to dare to touch them because he's instantly fried.
Discrimination against the scheduled castes is ended, has still not arrived in India.
He's a major advocate of reservations. Even within reservations, it's possible to promote merit.
What do you really mean by merit? Reservations are not contrary to merit.
I'm just curious, whatever happened to that thinking?
I don't think India has come to that level at all.
Dr. Tharoor, you note how reservations originally envisioned by Dr. Ambedkar, and as you quote, were a temporary corrective, but today have become politically untouchable. I'm from GLC myself, and 50%, more than 50% of seats are reserved, and we work with this IMANS network with so many young people. We hear this quite often, and there is a growing concern that merit is often being compromised in the names of reservation. Do you believe India can ever move beyond reservations, or are they too entrenched in vote bank politics?
I think they're very, very entrenched. In fact, the irony is a lot of the founding fathers were against reservations, including Mr. Nehru, who's written about it in letters to chief ministers, saying why he's opposed to reservations. There's even a debatable proposition, I don't want to get into it, about whether Dr. Ambedkar wanted at the end of 10 years the reservations to continue or not.
Specially designed.
But the fact of the matter is they're here to stay. In America, I don't know how many of you have knowledge of this, but the American subway system, the underground subway system in America, has 3 rails. There are 2 rails on which the train runs. And in between there is a 3rd rail, which generates the electricity on which the train runs. Now, if you accidentally touch the 3rd rail, you're instantly electrocuted. Reservations are the 3rd rail of Indian politics. No politician is going to dare to touch them because he's instantly fried. So the result is, very, very seriously, that whatever intellectual disagreements and discussions you may have, when even sort of the great grandson of Mr. Nehru is a major advocate of reservations in our politics today, I think those who may have intellectual difficulties with this notion will have to sit back and say, this we can't touch, we have to work within it and try and ensure the promotion of merit with it. I mean, I've been advocating for a long time, for example, that many of the sort of underprivileged communities, underprivileged by either class or caste or gender or religion, should actually be getting also another kind of affirmative action. Extra courses, remedial instruction, a leg up, extra coaching, for example, on how to take examinations. How you can get, for example, people into the police, into the army, into in fact, even the central services, by encouraging them to be able to take advantage of the opportunities available to them through merit. So even within reservations, it's possible to promote merit, but you need to encourage it because a lot of people need that extra help.
Your Lordship Justice, what is your advice to the government on going about this? Has the time come to reevaluate the structure and scope of reservations, not to weaken affirmative action, but to ensure it remains fair and relevant?
I have a slightly different take on reservations, which was your question. Reservations were introduced in India in the backdrop of centuries of discrimination against the marginalized groups in our society, who did not, by the way, constitute a minority, but constitute the majority of the country. That's the difference, say, between India and the US. Now, the idea, therefore, was through reservations and affirmative action to mainstream them into Indian public life, in Indian social life. The Constitution itself was not just an instrument for the transfer of political power from a colonial to an independent Indian regime, but an instrument of social transformation. So there were two parallel movements which were going on when the Constitution was drafted. And reservations in that sense proceed on the postulate that you can have a stable polity, you can have a stable society when all elements of the society, including those who have been historically discriminated against for centuries, are brought into the mainstream of discourse. Now, we have to ask ourselves this question. Can we say today, 75 years after the Constitution has been adopted, that discrimination against, say, the marginalized communities, the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes in particular, has ended after 75 years? And the answer to that would be clearly in the negative. You still have students who commit suicide, Dalit students who have committed suicide in the IITs or in different institutions. So which means that the time where you can say that discrimination against the scheduled castes has ended has still not arrived in India. India still faces that. Having said that, judicially, there has been a number of very innovative approaches to reservation. One of the decisions which we rendered as part of the Constitution bench was on this issue of subclassification. Can a state government subclassify the scheduled castes which are notified by Parliament or the President, as the case may be, so as to confine or give benefits to the most backward amongst them? The Supreme Court said yes. There's nothing in the Constitution which would prevent a state government from identifying those castes which are truly backward and then ensuring that benefits go to them, so that the benefits are not really absorbed by the most forward amongst the backward communities. So we've permitted that. The other reservation in India is for the socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, the OBCs as we call them. That's how the Constitution calls them. Now, we've applied the creamy layer doctrine to reservations for the socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, which means that the most affluent amongst the socially and educationally backward classes of citizens are excluded from the benefit of reservations. The final point which I want to make on this, of course, you can spend a whole afternoon discussing this, is on what do you really mean by merit? Does merit mean, for instance, the scores which you clock on the NEET, National Eligibility Exam Entrance Test for medical admissions, or in the CLAT, the Common Law Aptitude Test? The reason why merit cannot be reflected in the scores which you have on the raw scores in these tests, is that the raw scores which students attain in these tests are themselves the product of your cultural and social capital. The best students the students who generally score the best are those who have access to coaching classes, who have command over English. There are, of course, exceptions to this. But therefore, if you define merit not in terms of your ability to score in examinations, but merit in terms of inclusion, of the ability of our society to give responsible positions in governance to different segments of society, that is what defines merit, then reservations are not contrary to merit, but they in fact further merit, because it allows for people, whether they become IAS officers, whether they become IPS officers, doctors, an equal share of social development. Otherwise, what is happening even today, Anjani, is this, that if you look at the representation of the scheduled caste, for instance, you will find a lot of representation or improved representation at the lowest levels, class 4 posts. When you come to the top posts, the most important positions of responsibility, you find them lacking even today. The same thing in the case of women, for instance. Now, where do you find... So therefore, I think, of course, Dr. Ambedkar believed that, reservations initially should be valid for 10 years. But I do believe that for India to maintain the sense of social harmony, the social equilibrium, and I see the flip side, as you said in the law college, 50% of the seats are reserved. And I see the flip side from the point of view of a person belonging to a non-reserved community. But looking at it from an overall national perspective, I still do believe that reservations in India have been a very potent source of maintaining this social equilibrium, where we brought all segments of the community and given them an opportunity for personal growth and development and social growth and development as well.
I agree with all that. Can I just ask you a question, Dhananjay, on a very important aspect of this? In 2015, Justices Gogoi and Nariman, neither of them was a Chief Justice at the time, came up with a judgment on the Jat reservation case, where they actually declared that birth into a particular category would no longer be sufficient for the Supreme Court to permit reservations, and they wanted the government to come back with a matrix of disabilities that would entitle a person to reservations. Now, curiously, Gogoi went on to become a CJI, never referred to his own judgment again. I believe he was the principal author of it. And subsequently, of course, Nariman had a distinguished career. You've had reservation-related cases coming before you. I've never seen another reference to this argument that, and the government has never come up with a matrix anyway, that you could actually make reservations and merit and all of these things something that is subject to a greater set of considerations than mere birth into a caste or a community alone. That you would have, let's say, you could have points for being a single mother, earning a certain level of income, being from a certain caste or community, being whatever, all of those things. And then, depending on that, you would qualify or not for reservation. That's what I understood by the language of that judgment. I'm just curious, whatever happened to that thinking?
The moment you talk about these other metrics, then you are substituting the very foundation of the reservation policy in India. It is not necessarily good. Now, we have reservations under the EWS category, the economically weaker sections, where you apply a pure economic criterion. Mm-hmm. But you can't really subsume reservations only under the economically weaker sections category. Because in some communities, birth within that community is itself a source of discrimination. Even in the India today, if you go to the villages, birth within that caste or community is a very potent source of discrimination. Now, what the government has done, which is by bringing in the recent constitutional amendment, is to also allow for reservations to the EWS category, which is really to say that in the non-reserved categories, namely the non-SC, ST, OBC categories as well, there may be people who would be economically underprivileged and who should also be given a certain degree of reservation, which is a different basis altogether of reservation. But to apply that criterion to castes which are fundamentally underprivileged would really take away the whole social basis of the reservation policy. And I still do believe that India has not still come to that point where we can say that, well, all communities are equally, or all castes are equally situated, and therefore we can end reservation. I don't think India has come to that level at all.
Hi, I'm Karan Thapar. Over the last few years, I hope you've been watching my program, The Interview on the Wire. During that period, I've interviewed doctors, politicians, businessmen, scientists, authors, and even the occasional Nobel laureate. For me, it's been exciting. I hope it's been enjoyable for you. But these, as you know, are tough times, and if this program is going to remain bold, independent, and sometimes even defiant, then I think we need your support. At the end of the day, it's a truism, but editorial independence is best defended by the viewers. So if you would like this program to remain the way it is, forthright, outspoken, and interesting, then would you consider supporting us? All you have to do is to click on the description at the bottom. But more than anything else, I hope you will continue to watch The Interview. Your viewership means an awful lot to me. Hello and welcome to a special interview for The Wire. Rahul Gandhi's incomplete speech in the Lok Sabha yesterday has created a furor. The BJP accused him of making false accusations against the Home Minister, of using unparliamentary language, and of downright lies. So today we examine what he said and ask what is the truth. We also examine Kangana Ranaut's rant against the cockroach Janata Party. Has she contradicted the stand taken by the BJP? My guest is the well-known and highly regarded former lawyer and former law minister and HRD minister, Kapil Sibal. Kapil Sibal, yesterday in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi claimed Home Minister Amit Shah authorized the use of pellet guns against the protesters in Delhi. The BJP at multiple levels strenuously denied and refuted this. So let me start by asking, in your opinion, was Rahul Gandhi right? Or do you think he might have made a terrible mistake?
Well, let's look at it this way. Those who were injured by the pellets, right, are in hospital. They are being treated. At the first instance, the Delhi police denied it. Forget about the Home Minister. Denied it. They couldn't deny it anymore because the fact of the matter is that some of them may have lost their sight. There are about 4 of them who have been targets of pellets. So the fact that pellets were used cannot be denied. Now, who used them, how they were used, the next narrative that came was, this must have happened at the instance of the SDM. That's the next narrative. The Home Minister had nothing to do with it. Well, let's assume for a moment that that's correct. So our boys, our youngsters suffered injuries through pellets. They may lose their eyesight. The SDM ordered it. But ever since that day, the Home Minister is quiet. Now, if you're silent, that's proof of culpability. Because if you say that SDM did it on his own, you'll have to explain yourself as to how SDM, and there you'll have to suspend him. No action was taken. And the fact that he has not come to Parliament, the fact that he has not made a public statement, and the fact that they have not taken any action against those who fired the pellet guns, shows that the Home Minister is directly involved.
Let's look at the different elements of the answer you just gave me, because inside those elements lies the truth. Both Jitendra Singh and Sambit Patra have said that authorization came from the sub-divisional magistrate. But given that guns were fired at a peaceful, non-violent gathering of civilian students in the heart of the capital, would any sub-divisional magistrate have the gumption to authorize pellet guns? Or would he have first needed to know that higher authorities like the Home Minister would concur? Would he do it on his own? Or would he want the assurance that he had the backing of the highest authorities?
Well, I can't respond to that for the simple reason that there's an allegation made against the SDM that he did it on his own. But if that were true, the Home Minister would have said that. The Home Minister would have said the SDM did it on his own. I'm suspending him. I am making sure that this never happens again. He makes a public statement to that effect. But ever since that day, the Home Minister is sitting at home quiet and he's not said a word. His silence is an act of culpability. It's as simple as that.
Let me put another theory to you. The Hindu has reported that the decision to use pellet guns was taken by a deputy commissioner of police. That's one below the commissioner of police who reports directly to the Home Minister. Doesn't that also suggest that the authorization emanated from the Home Minister via the police commissioner?
Well, that's obvious. I mean, as I said to you, his conduct itself shows that he is the one who accepted, who directed that this should be done, or that he was privy to it. It's obvious. In any case, these shots were fired by the Rapid Action Force. The Rapid Action Force is the CRPF, right? Directly under the central government.
And directly under the Home Minister.
And directly under the Home Minister. It's not the police. It's the CRPF. The Rapid Action Force, directly under the Home Minister. No action has been taken by the Home Minister. So there is no doubt in my mind that the Home Minister is one maybe privy to it, and in any case, if he is not, then obviously he has accepted the fact that this is something that should have been done because he has not taken any action. Either way, he is culpable.
Let me put one more thing to you. Even if the actual order to fire came from the subdivisional magistrate, the decision to give him that power must have come from far, far higher up. Doesn't that mean that the policy decision to leave the choice to the subdivisional magistrate was taken by someone like the Home Minister?
Karan, that's obvious. What happens is in these situations, the Home Minister cannot envisage what's going to happen on the ground in times to come, right? He cannot predicate as what's going to happen. He's not the one who is out there to decide as to when the gun should be fired or not. So he will therefore delegate that authority to whoever actually exercised that power. So the delegation comes from the Home Minister, including the fact that you are entitled to shoot. Because if there is a prohibition to shoot, then this would never have happened. You can delegate your power and say, look, you should go to this extent, but when it comes to shooting, take my specific order. Or you can say, you can do what you like, and if it's necessary to shoot, shoot. Right? It is not his case that I have prohibited it. So it's obvious that he is the one who is privy to this, and he is the one who actually said that in the event this situation arises, fire the shots.
You've been very categoric and clear-cut, unequivocal in your answers. Am I right in getting the impression you have no doubt that the delegation of the power to shoot came from the Home Minister?
It has to be, otherwise he would have said that power shall not be exercised unless I say yes.
And this is underlined by the fact that he has hidden himself. When
Yes.
the speech was happening in the Lok Sabha yesterday, the Home Minister was not present. Given that he must have known that this issue would be raised, he should have been present if he was not guilty. The fact that he wasn't present suggests that he knows that he gave that power to shoot, but he doesn't want to now admit to it.
You see, he cannot come to the House because if he comes to the House, he'll have to give a statement and an explanation. What statement and explanation will he give? Either he will distance himself and say, it had nothing to do with me, or he'll say he authorized it. If he distances himself, then his conduct shows otherwise, because if that was the case, he would have suspended all these officers. That has not happened. So he has no legs to stand on and no explanation to give. So the only inference, that's a logical inference, is that he authorized it.
Every which way you look at it, he is culpable.
No doubt about it.
Let me look at another aspect of this. Secondly, at 2 press conferences yesterday, not one but 2 in the same day, Sambit Patra insisted no shots had been fired by the police or the RAF at the protesters. He suggested that Rahul Gandhi was lying when Rahul Gandhi said shots had been fired. But then how do you account for the pellet injuries on at least 4 people, which we've all seen on television? Aren't they proof that pellet guns were fired at protesters?
No. Let's put it this way. First of all, I don't think you should take Sambit Patra seriously. By now, you should know you don't have to take him seriously. Number 2, let's assume it was not fired either by the RAF or by the police. Let's assume for a moment. Who is to explain how it was fired? A cognizable offense has been committed, no? A cognizable offense has been committed about firing pellets. Let's assume it's not the Rapid Action Force, not the police. Then who is to investigate that? The police. Have they said anything? Have they lodged an FIR? Unknown persons have fired. All that Sambit Patra says is contrary to what I'm telling you. So obviously, don't take him seriously. I mean, you can't trivialize such a serious thing about kids protesting peacefully without any weapons of offense being targeted by the state in this inhuman, dastardly manner, as if lives of young people don't matter.
You made another very important point. Not only is the BJP at multiple levels, the level of the Home Minister, the level of Jitendra Singh, the level of Sambit Patra, attempting to wriggle out of their responsibility for what happened, but in the process, they are showing extreme insensitivity to the young people who were shot.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's a very sad day for India that our own children will be shot at by the police when they were peacefully protesting. Sad,
I take
very
it.
sad.
I take it that there is absolutely no doubt that pellet guns were fired on protesters in Delhi because we've seen those injuries. And there's equally absolutely no doubt that AK-47s were fired on protesters in Sivan in Bihar because we've seen the video of that happening.
Karan, look at it from another standpoint. These people are in hospital. These people who have suffered pellet injuries are in hospital. The moment you go to hospital and there is a pellet injury of this, a statement will have to be made by the victim that he has been shot at. That statement will be recorded by the doctor. How did you receive these injuries? That statement will be there. It will be on record. And if it's done by a party outside the protesters, then an FIR will be lodged against unknown persons. Police would make a statement. None of this is in the public domain. None of this. This is a far more serious thing than the way the BJP is trying to explain it away. In fact, every statement they make is inconsistent with what's been happening. Those statements are not going to be allowed to come on record. Nobody is even showing the MLCs, that is the medical legal reports, which shows what the extent of the injuries were. The statement of the victim who is alive would be recorded. We don't know what it is. Why is the state hiding it? This would be known to the state, no? Shocking.
In other words, the BJP is digging itself deeper and deeper into the mire.
Oh, if you start with a lie, you'll end up with lies. That's the way it happens, you know.
Let me raise another aspect that has created controversy regarding Rahul Gandhi's speech in the Lok Sabha yesterday. He used the word idiot in the Lok Sabha, and it was expunged on the grounds it's unparliamentary. But Rahul Gandhi did not call any specific individual an idiot. He used the word generically. So you've been law minister, you've been HRD minister. Was the usage of that word idiot in the way Rahul used it unparliamentary?
You see, if you call a particular member of parliament and use this language, that will be expunged. That's unparliamentary. But as I understand what Rahul Gandhi said, he said the following. He met a student, a chhatra, who told him there are three kinds of students out here. One who are desperate to embrace new forms of knowledge, who want to empower themselves, who want to learn. Then there are another set of people who are idiots. That's what that person told him, that chhatra told him, who are idiots. In other words, they believe that they don't have to learn from anybody. They are know-alls. And the third kind of chhatras, third kind of students are andhbhaks who believe in the idiots, who have complete faith in the idiots, who think that they are the center of knowledge, they know everything. This is with reference to a third person outside of parliament. How is it unparliamentary?
So the furor that the BJP created, which resulted in the speaker expunging that word, was done wrongly.
By not understanding the intent and the circumstances that were being described by Rahul Gandhi as to what kind of children we have in this country, which is being described by another student, nothing with reference to
one
those in
could
parliament.
understand the BJP who are opponents of Rahul Gandhi not understanding the situation and the context in which Rahul Gandhi used that word idiot. It's a bit more difficult to believe that the speaker didn't understand the context. He's neutral. He's not party pre. He wasn't involved in any exchange of words.
No, but I don't want to comment on the speaker. I just want to say that this process just baffles me, because I think they should take the parable of which Rahul Gandhi recited in the right spirit. And they should, I mean, I don't think that any member of parliament had any sense of humor anymore. He was just describing the kind of people we have in this country, those who yearn for knowledge, those who think they are the be-all and the end-all, and those andhbhaks who believe in the be-all and the end-all. As simple as that.
The problem is that the BJP opponents identified themselves with one category of person, didn't they?
That's correct. That's correct. And that element, I'm sure they would have understood, which is why they were objecting, I think.
Finally, what do you make of Kangana Ranaut's rant against the Cockroach Janata Party? She called them generation gutter, puke-inducing, corrupt, filthy, and garbage.
I'm sure you were not describing herself. I'm sure she wasn't describing herself. And if she was describing somebody else, then it's an affront to the young people of our country. It's an affront to their desire to improve their lives and their desire to see change for their own betterment and for the betterment of our country. And if Kangana Ranaut believes that they are gutter, then I'm sorry to say that she needs to, introspect. She needs to figure out, that what she's saying is an affront to the entire generation of millions of young people in this country.
Kapil Sibal, you've been an MP of either house for almost 2 decades. You're a very experienced parliamentarian. Is it fitting for an MP, for any MP, to speak of Indian citizens, some of whom could even be her constituents, in this manner?
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, I see, the two things we must realize in this country which are lacking in many members of parliament to make such statements. And that is that every discourse must be civilized. I may be opposed to you. I may not like what you're doing. But that doesn't mean that I have to use this kind of language, because it only shows your own character. It only reflects on yourself. And if you don't use such language, and if you use such language, you're going to get somebody else actually use that language against you. And that calls for unrest in society, which is why we are having this kind of, the kind of hatred that is being generated by the kind of discourse that I'm seeing in this country, which is very sad.
One more question about Kangana Ranaut's outburst. It's very different to the way her party, the BJP, has been trying to reach out to Gen Z. Their speakers in the Lok Sabha were deliberately using Gen Z language and slang to try and identify with that generation. Mr. Modi famously at midnight even reached out to them on Instagram in the belief that that's their favorite social medium. So when you look at what Kangana Ranaut has done, is the BJP confused or contradicting itself in its behavior towards Gen Z?
Don't believe the BJP when they say all this. You can't shoot at people, can't lathi charge them, can't break their bones, can't tear their clothes, can't attack young girls in the fashion that they did, and then talk about Gen Z. This is only to ensure, by paying lip service to the Gen Z movement. They don't believe in it. If they believed in it, this wouldn't have happened. So they don't believe in it, but they won't say what Kangana Ranaut has said, right? So they let Kangana Ranaut say that, and on the other hand, say things that they don't believe in. So it's double speak.
But Kangana Ranaut truly reflects what they feel. Is that what you're suggesting?
Exactly. Because if they didn't feel like that, they wouldn't shoot them.
My last question. Does Kangana Ranaut owe a fulsome apology to Gen Z, or is her outburst excusable in the present highly charged political atmosphere that prevails in Parliament?
The Gen Z will decide that, not me. Not me.
Is representing the
want an
center.
apology.
The Gen Z will do what is required to be done, and I hope they do it.
Issue, hoping the move could lead.
Kapil Sibal, thank you very much for the time you've given me. Thank you very much for helping us understand and analyze the furor that took place in Parliament and in politics in general after Rahul Gandhi's speech yesterday. And thank you for boldly and bluntly pointing out that the Home Minister, regardless of what he says and regardless of his absence from the floor of the Lok Sabha, is culpable for the fact that pellet shots were fired at protesters in Delhi. I'm extremely grateful. Take care.
No, pleasure. Pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karan Thapar. Over the last few years, I hope you've been watching my program, The Interview on the Wire. During that period, I've interviewed doctors, politicians, businessmen, scientists, authors, and even the occasional Nobel laureate. For me, it's been exciting. I hope it's been enjoyable for you. But these, as you know, are tough times. And if this program is going to remain bold, independent, and sometimes even defiant, then I think we need your support. At the end of the day, it's a truism, but editorial independence is best defended by the viewers. So if you would like this program to remain the way it is, forthright, outspoken, and interesting, then would you consider supporting us? All you have to do is to click on the description at the bottom. But more than anything else,
The government on
I hope
Friday
you will
said there
continue
was no
to watch
direction from
the
the Rajya
interview.
Sabha chairman
Your
C.P.
viewership
Radhakrishnan to address
means an awful
outstanding
lot to me.
Maharashtra government has banned the literature of terror promotes right. At least 6 people have died. Iran has said the deal with Oman.
I actually am really ashamed at the moment of the Indian media. Newspapers and the thing. This is a major protest. It's an,
Union Home Minister Amit
across
Shah
the
has met
country.
Lok Sabha
And what
Speaker
do we
Om
have?
Birla
We have people
as
trying
discussions
to
gather pace
to
over key
question the
legislation
protesters
likely
instead
to
of,
be
as you
tabled
said,
in Parliament next
the
week.
ministers.
Sources say the
Nobody has
delimitation
even
bill
tried
and
to
the
question them, as far as I
FCRA bill
can
were
see.
among the issues discussed
We should not look
during
at
the
this
meeting
as
ahead of
purely,
their proposed
political moment of
introduction.
politics. Yes, the government which has been in
Let's
power
go to
for
my
12 years
colleague
is now on the
Sanjay
back
on
foot.
this.
There's
Sanjay,
new
Home
life
Minister
in the
Amit
opposition,
Shah
but this
and
is
the
this
Lok
movement
Sabha
goes
Speaker
well beyond the
have discussed
opposition.
this
And you're
from
talking
the
about
ground.
something which is a
But
major
two bills,
churn in the life of the country, and this needs to be documented and covered.
Hi, I'm Karan Thapar. Over the last few years, I hope you've been watching my
Limitation bill
program,
and
The
FCRA
Interview on
bill
the
were
Wire.
among those that were discussed.
During that period, I've
This
interviewed
meeting-
doctors, politicians, businessmen, scientists, authors, and even the occasional Nobel laureate. For me, it's been exciting. I hope it's been
Rijiju
enjoyable
on,
for
the
you.
delimitation
But these, as you
and
know, are
women's
tough
reservation
times.
bill.
And if this program is going to
Let's
remain
take that.
bold, independent, and sometimes even defiant, then I think we need your support. At the end of the day, it's a truism, but editorial independence is best defended by the viewers. So if you would like this program to remain the way it is, forthright, outspoken, and interesting, then would you consider supporting us? All you have to do is to click on the description at the bottom. But more than anything else, I hope you will continue to watch the interview. Your viewership means an awful lot to me.
Hello and welcome to a special discussion for The Wire.
Kiren Rijiju
In a deliberate
has
change
said
with our usual
that Prime Minister
practice,
Narendra
today
Modi
we
has
focus on the
repeatedly
Indian
committed
media.
to ensuring
How effectively
women
or how
receive their rightful
deplorably has it covered the
representation. He
student
also
protests?
accused the Congress
Which
of
are the
opposing
newspapers
the
and
move
channels that have
and described the
distinguished
party
themselves?
as
Which are the ones that
anti-women.
deserve criticism? And what is it that the media should have done that it failed to
Every
do?
bill is important
Those
for
are
the
some of
government
the
and
issues
every
I should
bill is
raise
priority.
with two of the
Which bill
country's
is to be
most
brought
highly
at what
regarded
time, which day,
journalists.
I
They
cannot
are the Indian
definitely say.
Express columnist
Depends.
and author Tavleen Singh,
वो
and the
बाद में
editor of The
बताएंगे।
Wire and the former
अब वो
editor of
कहते
The
हैं कि
Hindu,
कर देखिए, हम
Siddharth
एक-
Varadarajan. Tavleen Singh, today is the 6th day since the present crisis started on the 20th of July. In your opinion, how effectively has the media covered this developing story? Are you impressed
Now, latest-
or are you disappointed?
Not just disappointed, but very angry, actually. Because, right from the first day that we heard of the Cockroach Janata Party, when they suddenly became a social media phenomenon, I was on a show with Barkha, and there was a guy there, I don't want to name any names, who said, this is nothing. They've just bought this stuff. You can buy followers, you can do that. Because, overnight, they had more followers than the BJP and the Congress put together. Anyway, I did I think probably the first column saying, take them seriously. This is something that could develop. And so I've actually been following them quite closely. And until the march went all wrong, I noticed that almost nobody in the mainstream television media noticed that they were there. Nobody, literally. I mean, I could be
11
wrong,
days,
but I didn't actually see anything. So I stopped looking at the television channels for news, and depended on social media. And with the newspapers as well,
किया था
I
आप
didn't
झारखंड
see
में
much
स्टूडेंट्स को
coverage.
सपोर्ट करने आई हैं
Siddhartha Rajan,
क्या
let me put
कहा
the
इन्होंने अपने
same
पूरे
question
स्पीच
to
में
you. In covering the student protest over the last 6 days, has the media done a credible job or has it let itself down?
So Tavleen began with
टॉक्स
justified criticism of big media's decision to ignore the CJP protest, the Jantar Mantar movement, as it were, when it was at its initial stages and when it was apparent to any serious observer of Indian politics that something actually was happening. My initial response to your question would be
central
to
government
zero
has
in
told
on how, after the story became so huge that it simply couldn't be ignored by big media, in other words, from the 20th onwards, how the media has, very, very poorly handled this. And, you've had, if you just look at the violence of the 20th, and I'll focus on just one fact alone, which is the use of pellet guns in the national capital by the Rapid Action Force. There's now ample evidence. You have 4 victims. You have you have medical reports from hospitals which identify the visually telltale injury signs as pellet injuries. And yet the kind of coverage that ought to be there and the kind of outrage that ought to be seen on evening talk shows and anchors and so on, all missing in action. And so the sort of complete free pass that the big media has given to the authorities in the face of the excessive,
the
grotesquely
purported
excessive
audio
use of force on the
recordings
20th, I think
linking former
is going to go down in
Manipura
the sort of history of Indian
Minister
media as a
N.
terrible,
Singh
terrible
to violence
period
in the state were clearly
of
morph
poor performance and infamy.
before the,
And I would say
as
things
per
haven't
the
improved.
forensic
You've had
reports,
some channels, some newspapers being forced to
suggested holding
devote
this,
more time
Tamil
to covering this as a story simply
right,
because they
let's
realize
move
that's
on
what the
for
public
now on
wants.
from this.
But in the main, they have completely missed what is happening. And I would say, in fact, they are, some of them, working overtime to misrepresent what is happening and to play the government's storyline.
Tavleen, Siddharth spoke about what he called the complete free pass that the papers and television channels gave the worst aspects of the story. The one thing that I didn't find either on television or in print was tough questioning of the people in authority about the way they were handling the protests. I don't recall seeing or reading interviews with government ministers or police officials. Given the Indian situation that prevails, is that understandable or was it a serious lapse in failing?
It's not understandable under any circumstances. And I want to take up on what Siddharth said about the pellet injuries. I mean, it is outrageous that you would shoot at children, at students. But instead of discussing that on the talk shows, or actually even in the editorials, there have been very few. But what you have instead is, I was watching a program just accidentally this morning where the justification
Vijay said on Friday that he was
doing the protest is being, the onus is being put
opening
on the
talks on the
protesters
Kaveri issue in
and
the
saying,
interest of Tamil
should you
Nadu
not have
people.
done that? Where were
Vijay
you
told the
on
assembly
the
that he was
20th?
willing
Why
to
weren't you
face
leading the
insults
protest? Where was
helped
DK?
initiate
You
dialogue
guys are not
with
leading,
Karnataka
and that's
over
why
the
there's
Kaveri
chaos.
issue.
And
For the
what is
benefit of the
worse
people and
is
moving from
the
dialogue to
attention
pursuing
that has been given to the Prime Minister's midnight selfie is just, it makes it, you don't know whether to laugh or cry. Social media is full at the moment of, how it's been seen by more people than ever in the history of mankind. And he himself has taken this up and said, I thank you very much. So what are they trying to do? He is at the moment, if there were approval ratings, he's at a very low point. So are they trying to say, no, this is still not worth paying attention to?
Belly, thank you for the
I actually am really ashamed
All right,
at
I'll
the
solve
moment
this
of
now.
the Indian media. Newspapers and the thing. This is a major protest. It's it's spread across the country. And what do we have? We have people trying to question the protesters instead of, as you said, the ministers. Nobody has even tried to question them, as far as I can see.
Let's focus for a moment on the pellets. Siddharth Varadarajan, my impression is that with one or two exceptions, the honorable one being your former paper, The Hindu, which actually broke the story, Vijayata Singh gets a lot of credit for that. But all the others, if they covered it, buried it deep inside the paper. Was that the right way of responding?
I can understand the requirement that you want to corroborate information before you put it out. And when news or information began circulating on social media from the 20th evening itself, but particularly 21st, of pellet injuries, and there was this one person, one young lad in hospital in particular, whose friends were speaking of the fact that he'd been hit with pellets, but the doctors were refusing to confirm. So I can understand some degree of circumspection in not rushing to cover the story. I know that in our newsroom at The Wire, we grappled with trying to assemble as much corroborative evidence so that we could be definitive in when we put something out, because the police responded to social media accounts with a very firm denial. And, but once evidence mounted, once video footage emerged of a chap in blue uniform literally firing his gun, and my reporter Vipul Kumar was able to triangulate where that video was shot with Irshad's injuries, where he sustained his injuries, it became obvious to us that this was not a story that could be held back. And this is something that every newsroom ought to have come to a conclusion. They ought to have come to. Hats off to Vijayata and the Hindu. I think Hindu has led from the front as far as the newspapers are concerned, because they have not flinched back from, and even in terms of their positioning of stories, the kind of headlines, and I would say some Hindi newspapers have been, like, I think Dainik Bhaskar's first day headline, where they correctly called this the largest protest Delhi has seen in 14 years. Whereas a lot of other papers focused on the sort of chaos and violence and being very ambiguous about what exactly was unfolding. But I think, there is no excuse. Today, on the 6th day, when there is evidence, when you have 4 victims, when you have medical reports from reputed hospitals
now, let's
identifying
get the
the
latest from
why
the
don't we
national
have
capital.
the
Heavy
media
rain
asking questions
continues
of the
to
Home Ministry? I
batter
mean, the men in blue, the Rapid Action Force,
region.
report to the CRPF, who report to the Home Ministry. They report to Amit Shah. Questions should be asked of Mr. Amit Shah that a weapon that was used to such devastating effect in Kashmir. Hundreds of Kashmiri kids were injured in an unconscionable manner 4 or 5, 7, 8 years ago. And the government, in a way, then was compelled to hold back from using this weapon as a method of crowd control. And now you're using it in Delhi.
These are visuals coming
You
in.
know, the real thing, if a story like the pellet shooting had happened in the West, I take Britain as an example, journalists would have door-stopped politicians and demanded answers. They would have shouted the questions across the road and shown politicians walking away refusing to answer. They had that opportunity outside Parliament every single day, but not once did an Indian journalist take it up. How do you respond to that?
I'm actually aware of the kind of pressure that exists. I myself pull my punches in my column, which I've never done before. But there is pressure, Karan, as you probably know. I think in The Wire you resist it better than, What if you're just a reporter and you ask those questions, the difficult questions? You could lose your job. You could lose your job. So I understand, I'm ashamed that this is happening, but I understand why they cannot ask those questions, because there's almost immediate consequences.
Even if it's difficult to doorstop politicians, Tavleen, could questions not have been asked of police officials on the ground? There's no dearth of them that could have been questioned.
Well, you see, I think that what they were trying to do, there seems to have been a concerted attempt to justify the police action. So I've seen endless interviews with police officers with bandaged noses and all that sort of business. So that is clearly instructions from somewhere. So they're turning the narrative upside down. And basically, I think that a lot of them were taken by surprise. A lot of major television anchors who constitute what we call the Godi media were taken by surprise and didn't know how to handle it. So what they've done, instead of telling the story, is turn the story upside down.
Siddharth Varadarajan, on Friday, that's yesterday, the Cockroach Janata Party announced that they were taking the protest nationwide. I spent the day searching television to see what impact had happened nationwide. With the exception of India Today, that around 5 in the evening showed some shots from Calcutta, nothing of what happened in Chennai, Bombay, Pune was visible on any other channel as far as I could tell. And yet all the channels repeatedly reported Narendra Modi's cabinet meeting. Was that balanced coverage?
Yeah, I want to say three things in response to your question. And the first is, you mentioned door-stopping politicians. There was hilarious footage from, I think, yesterday morning, where some sort of, you had journalists who accosted Amit Shah outside Parliament as he was leaving his car and walking towards the building. And you know the question they asked him? Sir, ye naye kapde pehne hain aaj? So they asked, sir, you're wearing something new, and they praised him. So that's the level which our big media have reduced themselves to. Obviously, Karan, you were not going to see any footage of nationwide protests on TV channels, because there is, as Tavleen says, a conscious attempt to downplay, to misrepresent and to mislead viewers, so that this looks like something very local, something that the government is easily overwhelming. We did a compilation last evening for a telecast we did on YouTube, where our producer was able to get reliable, credible footage from at least 15 or 20 locations, 15 or 20 states. And I know that in many states you had multiple protests. I saw a video that a friend of mine shared with me of a town called Dhaka in East Champaran, whose name I'd never even heard of, where you had 2,000, visibly I could see 2,000 people doing a chakka jam in the small nondescript town in East Champaran. And it's quite apart from what's happening in Bihar or elsewhere. So there were nationwide protests. The media boycotted this, and instead, as Tavleen says, playing up, ginning up what Modi said. I was
now let's get the latest from the national capital. Heavy rain
and I suddenly saw,
to batter
this is a day before during the day, excited anchors. I heard excited anchor talking about Pradhan Mantri ka bada ashwasan, and they were referring to his tweet. And I thought, okay, maybe the PM has said something really bada and significant. And I sort of raised the volume, and all it was Mr. Modi promising fast-track courts. And within minutes, you had a tweet from Maheshwar Perry, who was in the education space, who essentially pointed out that this is the fourth or fifth time that Mr. Modi has, mentioned not fast-track courts so much as taking quick action against paper leakers, and to no consequence. And my colleague Shravasi Das Gupta then catalogued this, and we gave video links. So a simple task that the media ought to have done, which is to provide perspective to viewers for when Mr. Modi says something. Yes, you should report what the PM says, but you owe it to your viewers to tell them that this is the 10th time he's saying it. So the media has completely abdicated this responsibility. And I want to say, if I have time, or perhaps as the discussion goes on, that this is a failure that has been manifest for many years. I mean, what's happened today with the Godi media, with these big channels, is something which has been cooking over the last decade. They've willfully ignored people's issues. My former colleague Mitali Mukherjee had a piece in The Wire where she looked at this failure of big media, and she says, where were you? Where was the big media when the unemployment crisis was developing? Where was this media when COVID and COVID deaths were happening? So the same media has been complicit in covering up issues of enormous concern to young India. And today they're wondering why young India doesn't watch them, why young India has turned against them.
Tavleen Singh, I asked Siddharth Varadarajan about how effectively or how poorly television channels covered yesterday's protests, which went nationwide for the first time. Clearly, television, with one or two exceptions, simply ignored them. What about today's, Saturday's newspapers? If there were, as Siddharth says, protests in at least 15 centers, some of them being small towns like in Champaran, did you see any of that in today's papers today? Because I haven't seen anything so far.
I haven't either. I'm in Bombay at the moment, and there were huge protests in Bombay. And once more, I saw them trying to defend the police action rather than say, let's listen to what the protesters are saying. I saw not a single interview with a protester. I've seen a lot on social media, but social media is actually now becoming the real source of information. And for one of these protesters, one of the cockroach protesters, actually said to Barkha on her show last week, he said, Barkha, for us, mainstream media is Instagram. So what you're going to lose the trust of an entire generation. We, the media, are risking that, and that's a very scary situation. Because if they lose total faith in the so-called fourth estate, the great, watchdog of democracy, what are they going to do? They're going to be more and more protests, more and more chaos. And, they don't, for instance, I'll tell you something that I saw today on one of the channels that was defending the government. They said, where did the stones come from on the 20th? Now, before the march began, I saw on social media Deepke pointing to a truck filled with stones and pointing to the RAF guys, the blue ones are RAF, right? And saying that they've taken their name tags off. And he said, look, we haven't done this. There was a truck full of stones before the protest began. So, it's a very, very sad story. And, I'm glad that you're doing something about it, but, it's not good enough. Somebody in the so-called mainstream media has to start taking, a look, examining the failure of it.
Siddharth Rajan, Yogendra Yadav, in a tweet that's gone pretty close to viral, accused the Times of India of deliberately siding with the government in the coverage that it provided its readership. Yet the paper was perhaps the only paper that I came across that front-paged Murli Manohar Joshi's dissent. So to what extent do you agree with Yogendra Yadav?
No, I think the Times of India, like most other papers, has worked very hard to downplay the significance of this protest in Delhi and the wider national movement. The question you asked, Tavleen, about the front pages of newspapers, if you just look at the TOI today, you have no mention of the fact that you have protests elsewhere. HT carried a photograph of a protest in Shivaji Park in Bombay, which to the credit of the paper. So they've had individual reports. I think newspapers by now have also written editorials critical of the handling of what was a peaceful protest. But what matters ultimately is your coverage, your positioning of newspaper of stories, the headlines you choose. So you're right. Murli Manohar Joshi did make it to page one. I suppose it's an example of internal dissent. So perhaps the TOI's folks who are very risk averse assumed that this is something that wouldn't get them into trouble, and they went ahead with that kind of a story. But in the main, I would say, I would, frankly, if you look at the news consumption habits of people, there is a reason
protests in
Indians
Ranchi,
in
we're
general,
picking up that
young
ink
people
has
in
been
particular, have
thrown at
moved away
All
from
India Students Association's
getting their
president,
news from
Neha
newspapers
Bora,
and TV channels.
during the protest today, reacting to the
so there is a
incident,
very marked shift in the reading and viewing habit of people. People are turning to digital, people are turning to social, and it's not just young folk. Increasingly, it's even older people who get their information, their first information from social media. And newspapers, the more you have biased coverage, or the more you ignore stories that are of great importance to viewers and readers, the more people are going to step away from you. So I think that there is a lesson even for our sort of profit-conscious, risk-averse media owners, that look, you're doing this, you're damaging your own interests, and it's time to shift away and actually provide readers and viewers what it is that they want to see and watch and read.
Tavleen Singh, there is an overwhelming impression that most people have that the media as a whole, and perhaps newspapers in particular, minimized the suffering of the students and exaggerated police injuries. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, how many, we were talking about the pellet story, the pellet guns being used. How many newspaper stories have you seen? I've seen very few, and I read the whole lot. I mean, I've got too many newspapers to read. And, they also minimize the significance of it. I actually thought that after Kashmir, it was banned for the police to use pellet guns. I could be wrong, but I think actually it's illegal, which is probably something that somebody should be writing about. That are they even allowed to use pellet guns? I thought after Kashmir that it was banned. But the bigger question is, what Siddharth is saying. If you have a younger generation, because the people there at this protest site were apparently 90% between the ages of 18 and 25. If that generation of Indians, and they are mocking now the media, the prime minister, all the establishment figures that are supposed to hold up democracy, they're mocking democracy in their memes on social media. So, somebody really needs to examine what's going on and what the consequences are going to be.
Siddhartha Rajan, in India, more than in any other democracy,
Are you looking to transition your career?
Television is an anchor-led medium. How have Indian television anchors performed over the last 6 days? Let me ask you what is perhaps a difficult question. Which are the ones that you're really impressed by?
Since the demise of NDTV as a credible channel, there is no TV channel left in India. There are no anchors left in India, with exception of Rajdeep, who, of course, works in a channel which does awful things 90% of the time. I mean, I'm happy to name names here, by the way. So, for me, I would say, I would flip your question around and say, who've been the worst? And, because frankly, no TV channel has impressed me. And I would say first prize for the worst was Republic TV. I actually steeled myself and watched an hour or two day before night. And, the entire focus was on portraying the protest in Jantar Mantar as a foreign conspiracy. And, the prime piece of evidence that was being cited by Arnab and his guests was a garden variety US embassy advisory of the kind we've seen hundreds of over the last decade. Whenever there's a disturbance, embassies, Western ones, tend to warn their citizens to be careful about where they go, etc., etc. So there was an advisory from, I think, the 17th of July, warning US citizens about the fact that there was going to be a protest march on the 20th. And this was being cited as the fact that the CIA, quote unquote, had advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on the 20th. Well, hello. The 20th protest had been announced and advertised many days in advance. There was no secret about the fact that this was going to happen, and yet this is being cited as foreign interference. So that was the direction in which that particular channel was going, and many others have echoed that theme. Of course, focusing on police injuries, and on the question of pellet guns, I want to just come back to it for a second, if I may, Kiren, because I had a chance yesterday when I visited the protest site on my way back from work. As I was walking to my car, I met and spoke to a senior RAF person who was leaving the site. And I said, look, there's now, compelling evidence of pellet injuries. So, who is it who authorized you guys to do this? And he said, no, it's not the RAF, it's the Delhi police. And I said, look, the Delhi police has said we have not done it. And the fact is that we have video footage of our men in blue doing this. And he said, agar kisi ne kiya hai, to agar hamari taraf se kisi ne kiya hai, to ye galat kiya hai. So there is a clear sense that what happened was impermissible. I'm not sure what the strict legality, illegality bit would be, but it is clear that government policy does not permit you to do this. So if in the heart of this of the capital you could have police, you could have the RAF doing this when you report directly through the CRPF and then on to the Home Ministry, then this is something that the media has to have made a very, very huge story, and they're keeping completely off it. They're not asking any questions about how this could happen.
Tavleen, Siddharth mentioned how Republic TV speculated completely wrongly and unjustifiably whether the CIA and there was an American hand involved behind the student protests. There were other channels both in English and in vernacular languages, that questioned whether the police were probing a Pakistani angle. Do you believe it's credible for us in India to believe that the Pakistanis could have brought tens of thousands, if not lakhs, of students onto the streets of Delhi and now the streets of all the cities of the country?
No, and Bangladesh. The guys who are on the deep state theory. I actually asked one of them, which deep state are we talking about? This is all deep state. This is all deep state. Which one? I said, the Americans are busy in a war. Europe has got its own problems. Do you really believe? No, it's China, it's Pakistan, it's Bangladesh, etc. And of course, the trigger word is Pakistani. For me, I get abused daily on social media for being Pakistani, which actually my ancestors were. We do come from that side of the border. But it's become what really impressed me, by the way, on a different note, in the cockroach protest, was, did you notice that they deliberately had Sikhs and Muslims and Dalits and everybody serving food together and eating together? And it's as if they've actually reinvented, because they've also taken from the BJP, which I'm very happy to see, the nationalism card, and said it's not your copyright. They sing Vande Mataram, and they were all trying, it was as if they were trying to revive something that they believe has died in the past 10 years. And I was very happy to see that. But, again, it doesn't get reported except on social media.
Very quickly, were there anchors that you were impressed by? Were there anchors, Tavleen, that you felt were deplorable?
Will
you name them?
Arnab Goswami, beyond deplorable. I don't want to name the others, but I wasn't impressed by a single one.
Not one?
Not one.
Let's come, Siddharth Varadarajan, to the op-ed pages and leaders. They may not be the most widely read pages of newspapers, but they can often be amongst the most influential. Were there opinion pieces that you were impressed by? Were there editorials that you found enlightening?
No, I think the editorial, because I think that's the most important, that's how a newspaper speaks at a moment of like this, when there's a crisis, when there is a major issue. And I thought, even the Times of India editorial, various editorials have been clear and forthright in calling out the excessive use of force, in calling out the government's unwillingness to engage with the demands of protesters until the bitter end. And even then, it's not clear what they're up to. I'm not sure any particular op-ed stands out. There's just been so many, and there's been an outpouring. And frankly, a lot of what I read now, I read through social, so it's hard to remember where exactly these pieces appeared. But I would say, in general, the pattern, even for the most compromised newspapers, has been in the past that you succumb to the pressure on your news pages, and you give a more or less free rein to columnists. So Pratap Bhanu Mehta will have no problem in the main writing something in the Indian Express, but the paper may choose to downplay a certain story on page one, take it inside. Many papers give excessive space to government spokespeople and ministers and so on. Frankly, I haven't focused too much on the op-ed side, so I can't really do justice to your question. But I would say that if we're looking to fault the media at this point, it's really because of their coverage. I mean, opinion, even at moments of greater crisis, they have often carried pieces that are critical of the government. But what matters to the powers that be is the selection of news, the headlines, the positioning of things, what goes on page one, what doesn't. And there, sadly, many newspapers have just chosen the path of least resistance.
Tavleen Singh, yours is the voice in the Indian Express, which every Sunday is loud, clear, crisp. Were you ever under any pressure, particularly this week, but even in the earlier weeks preceding that, to tone down your criticism of the government, to focus away from the protests?
Never, not once. In fact, the column is 40 years old in the Indian Express. It moved briefly to India Today for 3 years or 4. But only once was I pressured in these 40 years by an editor with kind of Hindutva leanings, and it was a story on Kashmir, but I've never had any pressure, because I think that, and by the way, let me tell you that I have been, I mean, they've been trying to close this column down in Congress days, because I was very critical of this, Sonia Gandhi and the whole dynasty and, dynastic democracy. And at that point, there was pressure on Shekhar Gupta, which he now denies, but which he actually told me about once, to to get rid of the column. And so this has been going on for a while, but I have to say that the owners of the Indian Express have not succumbed so far to any pressure.
Your former paper, The Hindu, Siddharth Varadarajan, yesterday carried an op-ed by Sonia Gandhi criticizing the government's handling of the protests and its wider education policy. Some people wonder whether the paper should have balanced her column with an equally long column from someone from the government side. Was that sort of balancing essential, or is it a bit knee-jerk?
No, I don't think there's any such requirement, frankly. The government has ample avenues to express itself. Every, like a 40-second video that Mr. Modi puts out thanking students for their feedback. It's not clear what feedback came even, other than the sort of memes ridiculing him. Gets so much at play. The opposition, what it says, hardly gets much. How many channels covered the press conference that Rahul Gandhi held with a pellet victim? And even those that did show some footage, as I watched on TV, were the camera. It was as if the cameraman was instructed to avoid showing the pellet victim. So his injuries were not focused on, whereas any sensible TV channel would zoom in on those injuries to show their viewers exactly what we're talking about. So I don't think papers are under any obligation. And in any case, to the best of my memory, Hindu has given space in the past to government ministers, government people. So I don't think the Hindu would turn down an op-ed were it to get one. But I think they did the right thing in carrying Sonia Gandhi. I think Sonia Gandhi did the right thing in that column, focusing on the wider issue, because I think it's important that we also not lose sight, Karan, of the essence behind this protest, which is the crisis in Indian higher education, crisis in Indian education in general, the crisis staring India's young people. This is for the last 10 years, from the Prime Minister saying that young people who don't have jobs can make pakodas, or you had Piyush Goyal talking about how everybody why don't you do a startup? So the kind of contempt with which the future of young Indians has been treated by the government over the last decade, the way they've monkeyed about with our education system, the way they've completely messed up the sort of tests. Even I think we should debate whether this move to having a single NEET exam is something that, I know that in Tamil Nadu, the government protested and said, look, why are you breaking a system that is working perfectly fine for us? And the government has no answer today when you have leak after leak. So I think it's important to widen this debate. And I think it's a good thing the Hindu did by running that piece.
Tareen Singh, Kapil Sibal in Dil Se on YouTube did a program talking to the young people who fasted. Two of those who fasted for 24 days, Neha and Amin, were on that show talking to him about what they'd gone through, their experiences, their suffering, but also their sense of hope and their sense of how they hope this will end. He also spoke to people who were protesting. Should the mainstream media have done something like that? Because I saw very little of that on the mainstream.
Of course they should have. If you read the newspapers and watched mainstream television channels, you would think that almost nothing had happened. You would not know that this protest has gone to Gujarat, I think in Ahmedabad and in a couple of other Gujarati towns. I saw a map somewhere, I think on social media, of the places that it's gone to. Now, surely there should be page one stories now on how despondent young Indians are, that they're ready to protest at the risk of being arrested, at the risk, as has been threatened, that their passports would be taken away, at the risk of houses being bulldozed in the new form of justice that has come about. So, these are kids. I'm actually very impressed with the fact that they've continued to fight despite nobody really backing their case except social media.
Siddharth Varadarajan, if you were the editor of a paper today, and you've been editor of The Hindu not so long ago, what advice and guidance would you have given your reporters in the Delhi bureau?
Well, I would say, first of all, to make sure that we have a 24-hour presence at the protest site. The few times I've been there, I've seen lots of folks from digital media, social media. Twice that I went, I encountered a whole team from News Laundry, which is a website. I didn't come across. Maybe they were there, and one missed seeing them. But I think reporters from newspapers need to be there. I know some TV channel reporters have had have been roughed up and accosted, and which is very unfortunate and should not happen. But I think that TV channels have ways of gathering information, but you need to be sincere in empowering your reporters to accurately document and convey what they see there. There are enormous logistical difficulties. The fact that the government has shut down internet access in a wide arc in central Delhi means that you can't do live programs from there. You can't immediately communicate with your office. So I think covering what is happening on the ground is essential. And I think also, more than the Delhi bureau, I think now that it's clear that this protest has taken on national legs, to ensure that the newspaper as a whole reflects the national angst, which is so evident. We should not look at this as a purely political moment of politics. Yes, the government, which has been in power for 12 years, is now on the back foot. There's new life in the opposition, but this movement goes well beyond the opposition, and you're talking of something which is a major churn in the life of the country, and this needs to be documented and covered. Tavleen, and you both mentioned Neha and Amin, Manish. I mean, these young kids to go through 20 days on hunger strike is something remarkable. And you're absolutely right to mention the interview they gave to Kapil and say, look, this is something that every channel, or their names should be household names. Today, most people know only of Sonam Wangchuk. They haven't heard of these three brave kids, and I think that it's newspapers, TV channels must, even now, it's not too late to redeem themselves. They need to do this, and I think documenting and also chronicling the statements of the government, giving perspective. So, for example, when promises are made, as I said, of fast-track courts, looking at what the record of fast-track courts has been for other issues like sexual assault or rape. The government has made promises in the past. These are not delivered. And Modi himself has spoken about paper leaks being handled with the utmost strictness. Nothing has happened. So I think chronicling, documenting, presenting this, and not simply serving as a vehicle for government dictation is what, the basic task that newspapers have to follow.
Tavleen, in earlier days, you were involved with television. What would you like to have seen Indian television do whilst covering the protests, which it didn't do?
I would have liked to see these kids interviewed on show after show. I would have liked to see, Barkha is doing a little bit of that. I would like to have heard the different voices that you hear if you go to Jantar Mantar and if you watch social media. And I would have liked, I want to, pick up on what Siddharth said about the exam system. Why have the newspapers not covered that? Why does it take only memes on social media to know that Modi made the same speech about a Qatar new law, etc., from 2023? He made it 3 times that year. 2024, he made it 3 times. So basically what he's said is that, you will by tomorrow have a great new law that's going to do this, that, and the other. And that was headlines in the newspapers without anyone pointing out, that it's been said before, you need to do more. I've said in my column tomorrow, it's just not good enough.
Siddharth Varadarajan, my last question. The one minister responsible for the crisis that we face, the Dharmendra Pradhan, is absent, silent, invisible. Could the media have made a credible effort to get him to speak?
I think he has, the media's record in getting any minister to speak on issues of vital concern is not great. And I said, when they have an opportunity, when Amit Shah was in front of them, we saw the kind of question they asked. So I don't expect this from the media. Of course they should have. Of course they should have. they should have focused on why it is that protesters want his head. In other words, what is the role and responsibility of a union education minister? After all, if the union education secretary could get the chop at the 11th hour, right? I mean, you wait for 22, 25 days before you sack the union education secretary. Well, until now, your view has been that no, this is a problem that is confined to the National Testing Agency. How can you blame the ministry? How can you blame the minister? Well, you found enough dope now to sack the secretary. How come the minister is still surviving? Incidentally, Dharmendra Pradhan is also creating his own visuals. I mean, like his tweets have been absurdly defiant. Somebody pointed out on social media that he held a meeting yesterday with 20 Odisha MPs. Perhaps that was his way of showing Narendra Modi that, look, you can't get rid of me that easily. Who knows what kind of games are happening within the BJP, within the Sangh Parivar. But it's clear that Mr. Modi has taken a view that if I jettison Pradhan, then maybe next people are going to point fingers at me. And that's exactly what's happening on the street. You haven't taken action. You're announcing fast track courts. Nobody's asking for fast track courts. They're saying sack Pradhan and let that dismissal be the starting point for the kind of accountability that you and your government have evaded over the past 12 years. So these are questions that the media has to put to the powers that be. They're not doing that. So kids on the street are doing it. And as Tavleen said, with hilarious memes, you just have to open social media and you will be hooked to one form of hilarity or the other, where these kids extremely creatively demolish the government and its talking points.
My last question, and I'll put the same to both of you and ask you for a short, pithy answer. Tavleen, are you getting browned off Indian media? Are you encouraged to read the papers in the morning, or do you say to yourself, this is increasingly becoming a waste of time? Are you encouraged to watch TV in the evenings, or do you say, I can't take it anymore?
I have to do it, but I actually just, first I go to social media. Can you imagine? First I go to social media and see what the real news is, and then I look at the newspapers. And often the newspapers become irrelevant because I've already found out the real news from social media.
Rajan, is
Yeah, Karan, I mean, there is the wider issue is this, right? That news breaks the previous evening, and you have now detailed coverage on social media, digital platforms. Newspapers have to think afresh about what they do. What they serve us every morning, unfortunately, is stale, it's irrelevant, with some exceptions. And I, of course, have to read them. I tune into some of these channels because that's our job, right? To see what's happening and how others are covering it. But if I were a lay reader or a lay viewer, the short answer to your question would be, God, do I really have to read these papers? Do I really have to watch the TV channels?
Tavleen Singh, Siddharth Varadarajan, thank you very much for your time. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karan Thapar. Over the last few years, I hope you've been watching my program, The Interview on the Wire. During that period, I've interviewed doctors, politicians, businessmen, scientists, authors, and even the occasional Nobel laureate. For me, it's been exciting. I hope it's been enjoyable for you. But these, as you know, are tough times. And if this program is going to remain bold, independent, and sometimes even defiant, then I think we need your support. At the end of the day, it's a truism, but editorial independence is best defended by the viewers. So if you would like this program to remain the way it is, forthright, outspoken, and interesting, then would you consider supporting us? All you have to do is to click on the description at the bottom. But more than anything else, I hope you will continue to watch The Interview. Your viewership means an awful lot to me.
Namaskar. Hello and welcome to P Guru's channel. I'm your host Sri Iyer. This is the Good Generals every Thursday at 8 p.m. And because of some technical difficulties, we could not start on time. It's our endurance to try and endeavor to try and always be on time, but sometimes things go out of our control. Let's welcome General Dushyant Singh and General Ravi Shankar, and General Pandey will be joining us in a moment. General Dushyant, sir, you are opening the batting today. And the new deal that is being negotiated between Iran and Oman and not United States. And suddenly United States is finding itself sitting out, waiting or awaiting the outcome of this meeting, where, I'm sure it's US is not used to something like that. And you're seeing some dissonant statements and so on and so forth. Give us a view from India, how all this is playing out. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ayerji, and what a fantastic development that is taking place. I am reminded of a old Hindi song which states like this: "Shikar karne ko aaye, shikar ho ke chale." Yani ki, the guys who came to hunt are now being hunted, and this kind of a turning of the table, I did not expect it to happen. But nevertheless, I don't think we can put the US out for a long time in this particular talks, because he holds the key of the blockade. Now, unless that key of the blockade is lifted by the US, the deal which is being struck between Iran and Oman really can't go through, because there are the other West Asian countries. So what I will do is, I'll first highlight about the deal itself. Where are the sticking points in this deal? The first thing is that which this deal covers is that it says that it is meant to streamline the trade through the Strait of Hormuz. That's one big point. In that, they have decided on an inbound route and outbound route. Now, in the inbound route, the tolls are going to be collected by Iranians for the northern channel, and in the outbound, it is going to be collected by the Omanians, which is the southern channel. And we have shown the maps so often on this particular
No, you
program
can
that
see that
even
map. I got a
okay,
map, latest map. Bus, yeah.
okay. Yeah. So you can see this northern route and the southern route. So southern route, which is closer to Oman, will be controlled by Oman, and the northern route, which is closer to Iran, will be controlled by Iran. There seems to be some tacit kind of a understanding of geography also here, I would say. Why? Because the country which is closest to this particular route will have certain amount of security presence there. It may not be able to counter the US heft, but definitely it will have the influence of its own security forces on that particular route. So therefore, Oman will have some amount of power over this. So basically, what is happening is, from the Strait of Hormuz, the two players who can extract the maximum are now dealing with each other. I was told that even Saudi Arabia and Qatar are somehow trying to be part of this bandwagon. I don't know how much they have been allowed to be part of. I don't think the Iranians will ever permit at least Saudi Arabians to be part of this particular deal. Although the Chinese had done a little bit of a truce between Saudi Arabia and Iran, if you remember. I think 2 years back, that was the deal which was struck. But uh, the hand of China also may be there here. I'm just I'm just looking at it, because the party which is going to be the maximum affected if this route opens up in terms of positivity will be China and India. So for India, of course, it's a welcome step, but the Chinese are more keen that this particular arrangement goes through, minus the US, and indirectly it will put a pressure on the US that the Chinese are running away with the economic presence in the Gulf. That is the first point. The second thing is, the finality of this deal has still not been declared. I believe it is to be declared by the Minister of Foreign Affairs once he comes back and gives the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, once he comes back and gives the final statement on the deal as such. Uh, Iran has made it clear that there is no US in between this deal. Now, here is a country which has been pushed to the wall, into the ground, fighting a subterranean battle, is now realizing the power of asymmetric warfare. I think their preparation of the last 40 years of having a subterranean battle is now coming into the fore as a big hurdle for the US. On this other hand, the vice president and the US president of the US are saying that everything is going hunky dory. They are in talks, and the talks are proceeding well. But you will be surprised, in the last statement which President Trump made, he has excluded Pakistan as the go-between now in this particular talks, as per them, which also means that US is actually getting into some kind of a logjam here, and it is finding no options or no leverages as of today to ensure that there is a deal which is more positive in nature to the US. I am not trying to underplay the US. US has the power, but as per latest reports, what I have gathered is two-thirds of its ammunition in all varieties, whether it is missiles, hypersonics, tomahawks, you name them, Arrow, Patriot, every one of them have gone. Now, with the one-third leftover ammunition, they have to look after South Korea, which is getting jittery. They have to look after Japan, which is getting jittery. They have to look after Taiwan defense contingency. Taiwan is not very confident now. The Australians are also interacting with us, and they are also not very, very confident whether the US will be able to handle so many contingencies. Indirectly, the US seems to have played into the hand of the Chinese without the Chinese having actually to fight. So that is that big dimension of China also, in my view, which is affecting the. So lack of ammunition, lack of fighting, lack of missiles is also one of the factors which is leading US now not to undertake too much of a kinetic action and try to wait out and cut a deal. Whether the deal comes through, I have my serious doubts now. I think the Iranians are getting more and more robust about it. But US, if it has to, if it has to be relevant, it has to use its kinetic power to go ahead. Now, I have not even talked about the Israelis who are dependent, so much dependent on the US for aid, and especially the defense aid, that even the Israelis are as of now out of the picture, it seems to be. And the other big problem which I see is that the West Asian countries are not able to get together. There seems to be some differences amongst them also. I mean, UAE is out of the OPEC, so there are these small little differences which are creeping up. Saudi Arabia is negotiating on its own with US for a nuclear nuclear plants. Then there is some $600 billion deal on this particular issue. So everybody is now going independent. Are we seeing the West Asian countries fighting for themselves, as the world is doing? Because today world is not believing in any kind of alliances. Everybody for his own, everybody on his own. Wherever they get the best, they are going and cutting a deal with that. So West Asia's integrity seems to be, to me, on the guillotine as far as this particular region is concerned, and this deal is making that difference. The only suspect I have in this deal is that Oman traditionally does not agree to violence. I have interacted with them both here in India and abroad, and I have found that the Omanians generally love peace and tranquility. They do not wish to have violence as part of that. So I don't know whether the Omanians will do anything without the US sanction. So that is where I feel US permission. So that is where I feel that the US might be operating through the Omanians, and they have done it in the past. So that is why the US is confident of it. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what the Omanians are going to say about it. Iranians are saying what they have to say, what suits them. But the Omanian statements, I think, are needed to be checked out before we come to any major conclusion whether this particular deal will hold, or this particular deal will be like any other deal which will get casted out because of the lack of support of countries like Qatar or Kuwait or US specifically. Because unless the blockade is lifted, all this arrangement is of no use or no value.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Yeah.
Last point which I wanted to bring out was that overall the deal is generally agreed to be a temporary off ramp solution, and somewhere it will go towards the deal which was signed for the 60-day ceasefire in the long run, or maybe in the medium term. So this seems to be a very, very temporary halt or temporary mechanism to get the Strait of Hormuz going, especially after the US, the kind of action they have done against the Indian flagship, etc., Indian flagged merchant ship, etc. India is also not, India is no more very friendly with the US as of today. We had some discussions here, and the Americans are finding it very difficult to actually explain themselves. Those who are in India, I'm saying. I met today one more guy like this, ex-Rand fellow and all. So they are finding it very, very difficult to explain to the Indians why these kind of actions are taking place against the Indian merchant ship. So with that, I will stop here, and we have now experts joining us who will be able to further lay down their views, especially what should India do. I think I'm also waiting for that. What should India do from here on in case if this deal sustains? Over to you, Ayar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, General Dushyant, and welcome to the show, General Pandey. You survived the Bangalore traffic, and that in itself is a big achievement. It's not easy. And thank you so much, sir. I'd like to request General Shankar to come in, but before that, viewers, there is a small request for all of you. We are live on Strategic Frontlines. We are live on Gunner Shot. We are live on channel 2 of P Gurus as well as channel 1 of P Gurus. Now, all of them except channel 1. All of them except channel 1 can actually accept a hype from you. And as to do a hype, we're going to show you something, and then we're going to request to you that this hype will not show when it is a live program. After this program ends, then you go and look at the program and then click locate hype and click that thing. Then it helps us to spread the message more. Can we have the video, please? So we are, just keep it there for a second. So this is something that we picked up from our P Guru's Tamil channel, and you can see to the right most, there are 3 dots. You click on those 3 dots, you will see the hype button, and click on that hype and it will immediately hype that particular video. That's all we ask of you. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to invite General Shankar for his statements, and then General Pandey will follow. Over to you, sir. General Shankar, unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. I go with what General Dushyant has said. Largely, I agree with him. But let me give an alternate picture. Right? I mean, for sake of discussion, we need to know what else can happen. He's given one side of one way of looking at it. You see, the deal is not done as it. That's the problem with this deal. The deal is, they said it will be done by today evening. It's an evening, not yet done. Maybe we'll see. One of the things which this deal has opened up an off-ramp for USA, so that USA gets off. This whole story can come to an end. And I think, like what General Dushyant said, USA needs an off-ramp today. It's USA who needs an off-ramp. Look, Iran, he's been hit badly, everything. It doesn't matter who hit him more. I mean, it's like that, mara hua aadmi ko kitna aur marego, kuch farak nahi padta usko. So he can take on any amount of punishment. He's immune to it now. No, but you're not immune. And today there is news that Hegseth and Mr. Trump have had a one-on-one at Camp David, and they discussed this issue. And I believe, as if you go by the American media, Mr. Trump is upset that he was not told about the amount of missiles which are left or not left, right, and ammunition stocks. So that, I think, is a very important thing, which is an outflow of this war. You see that Iran is not look, again, why is USA short of ammunition and Iran, has no problem? One has to understand what USA has used is probably 5 times more than what Iran has used. So Iran has conserved its ammunition and used it for effect, used it politically, whereas the Americans have used it militarily. Get the military objective first and then the political. The reverse has been played by Iran. Get the political objective first, the military will follow. So it's a contrasting way of approaching things. And the first lesson I learned, and I've been telling, is we have to approach our military problems politically first. Military problems are not purely military, political. With China, when you look at it politically, because politics will give you half the result if you do it properly. Do the timing, your military action should be politically oriented. Similarly with Pakistan. Most of us say, no, we have so many tanks. It's not a tank versus tank battle or an airplane versus airplane battle which will decide outcomes. We saw that now. You are seeing it in Russia and Ukraine. The political application of military power is more important than the power. And we lose this. And the pity here, I say this very strongly, I have an opinion on this, for our Indian Army, Air Force and Navy, and our political, masters. We have the best experience of doing it. We have our army which has been doing this for the past 40-50 years in counterinsurgency operations and stabilization operations in J&K and Northeast and all these, and even in Punjab before that. We developed a fantastic political sense and how you can apply military power or not. And this gold is something which
now, Amit, the students'
and when you go to the ground level, you interact with brigade commanders and divisional commanders or even corps commanders, they have a sense of all this. But somewhere up the chain we lose, that's lost in translation. So I think there's this gap which we have. The moment it goes up to the command level, maybe up to the command level it's there, but it starts vanishing, goes up to the army headquarters level, and then the political level, they're operating at different wavelengths. Why am I saying this very emphatically is, see the way the Americans have not planned and the Iranians have planned, or the Americans have planned what it is. So your planning and preparation for a war is very important. And I think with all the capability which Iran has is nothing compared to what we have. But yet, our political people, doubt ourselves. They are not confident. They are not very clear as to where to this thing. And you find all kinds of funny deals these days coming up. So people who are listening might agree or disagree, but I have an opinion on this. And this opinion is based on some facts and figures, which I don't want to talk. So that's one. Now so I think there are a lot of lessons for the Indian Armed Forces to take out of this. Planning and preparation. What you do now, and wars are not fought every day. Wars are fought once in a decade, or maybe twice in a decade, or maybe once in 2 decades. But you plan for the rest of the day, you train for the rest of the time. Right? Whether it's technology or not, or everything, it's a costly business. Right? The armed forces prepare themselves not to fight. And that's something fundamentally people don't understand. If the armed forces have to fight, our planning has gone waste. Because armed forces are all about deterrence. And your deterrence comes out of your capability, your leadership, your preparation and everything. And that is the crux of the story. They always say, it's an axiom, that the implied threat is more than the applied threat. In this case, the applied threat of USA has been found out. This is not the first case. You see, if you analyze all their wars, they have come to this level. It's history repeating itself, whether it's in the Afghan war, Vietnam war, Iraq, everything. Right? So to that extent, what has happened in this deal, I'm pretty happy. There is some ending coming. And the MOU is over the horizon. I still doubt if that MOU will ever happen. Once the Strait opens, then no one is bothered. Then it's up to Iran. Iran must have made a calculation how much it will make out of daily collection from this opening of Strait of Hormuz vis-a-vis what USA is likely to give or not likely to give, and they don't believe USA will give everything. They're not fools. Iranians, we know, are not fools. They would have said, okay, I'm happy. He can't attack me anymore because now he knows that, if he tries to attack anything, I'll first close this. So they've come into a modus vivendi of how to deal with this situation. And they're coming out trumps in terms of money. They'll rebuild and all that. That's a later day story. Whether they will have an internal problem or not, that we can keep examining. But they feel confident that if they have control over the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's incoming or outgoing, and collect the fees and have control over it, they won the day. Now, USA will reason it out. They say, okay, the oil flow has started. I am not affected. So it's okay. I'll win. They'll spin this out. We also wanted something to happen, and now there is a regional arrangement which has come out, and some fees will be accepted. Something, I don't know how this is going to get resolved, because USA all the while said no tolls, but toll is going, now the toll is in. But then it brings you to the next question. What do? We'll pay the toll and all, that's minor. But what do you do with the Malacca Strait? You have agency over it. And it gives you the larger question as to what India should do. It's just not saying, I developed Great Nicobar Island. You developed that Great Nicobar Island, so what if? You know what's next after that? Are you going to exude that implied threat and say, I will do this? And for that, you have to put your money where your mouth is and invest into the military hard power. Not little startups. Startups can give you some things, and there's a over emphasis on algorithms and drones these days. Algorithms and drones will take you that far and no further. And drones are not the only way of fighting that you've seen here. Much more. So we have a lot of lessons which we can pick off this war. And as far as America is concerned, America has to go back to the drawing board and rethink. Let's be very honest. This has been not a great adventure at all. At the end of the day, what has America achieved, I really don't know. I mean, you'll have to scratch everywhere to say what they have achieved. And what they have lost is what they have to reflect and regain. Now, Iran. Well, Iran has won everything and it is on the verge of losing everything. I've been saying this, right? They won the war and they're going to lose the peace. And that's the way they're heading. And they're going to scare enough of these people here, and I don't think they will get what they want. Of course, they've revived the proxies. The proxies are going to exert control over all these people. There's going to be turmoil. So West Asia will continue in turmoil. There's no doubt about it. Apna Pakistan, kya hua? I said in the beginning of this war that Pakistan will always lose. Pakistan is losing. That fellow went and started, using a fire extinguisher in someone else's house. His own house is on fire. And he doesn't have a fire extinguisher at all. He can't afford it also. Now Asim Munirji, he can do what he wants. And after all, these days, Indus mein bhi pani nahi hai. Humne to band kar diya waise hi. So there is a problem for Pakistan. A lot of people are talking of China, but I think China has lost. I mean, this is my view. Because China was not there when West Asia wanted it to be there. People say Iran, China, pricks and all that nonsense. You can keep saying all that. But the fundamental thing is anyone who, Iran will say, okay, you help me, I'll help you when needed. Okay, if needed, I'll just think. It'll be a bargain. If you see the relations between China and Iran, you will realize that, there's no keeling over. Iran has not keeled over to China, neither has Russia. And they have never acted in conjunction with each other. They have acted on their own with the other supporting on an, wanted basis. If it suited them, the other guy supports, otherwise he doesn't. That's the way that triangle has worked. Right? So that's how China is, and China is going to lose. I mean, a lot of things will go on. Trade with China and all will go on because of manufacturing and all that. But if you see what's happening in China, right, their economics, and you see their economic data, you see their imports, you see their energy and everything, you will see that there's a downturn there. And this war has, contributed a lot to their downturn. And China is actually struggling today, internally. Right. I think I'll stop here. Back to you, Sri Ayerji. We can continue later. You're mute.
Yeah. Thank you so much, General Shankar. General Pandey, welcome to the show. This is your second innings on this show. Hopefully, second of many more to come. General Pandey, so when you are still, trying to navigate the Bengaluru traffic, what we talked about was this new deal. There is something different. It's Iran and Oman negotiating. There is no US in this. And that means US is either sitting it out or it is getting some inputs, giving some inputs. Will it again say, okay, I will find the $300 billion for reconstruction or not? It's not clear, because at this point of time, they're only talking about Straits of Hormuz. Who comes in, who goes out, how does it happen, blah, 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 all that interesting stuff. Now, the question is, what Iran has lost is tremendous. And there is no way that the collecting toll here is going to help its cause. So I'm reminded of a statement that I'm going to modify. Jeet kar bhi haarne wale ko mujtaba kehte hain. That's how I see it. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So, you see, what happens is that in democracy and fractious democracy like ours, we... Can you hear me?
Yeah. We are fine. You're fine. You just need to lean back a little bit. Yeah.
Sorry. So I will just try and cover some ground, a little bit background, US strategy has gone horribly wrong. That we must accept, and I think there is a acceptance, and they are struggling now with short-term strategies, right? This whole concept of trying to get out, get in, take measures under pressure, I think is flawed, and they need to pull back and really look at a long-term strategy. Tactical wins, precision strikes, which look very glamorous and which can be picturized for the people back home and to world over. And this is what so many people in India are also looking, that precision strikes, when one strike goes and hits a oil tanker, it looks all very glamorous. But actually on ground, you need to have more leverage to achieve ends. You are talking of a couple of thousands of kilometers distance and trying to engage a country like Iran. Iran is not a pushover or a rollover. The country which has not been controlled by 2 decades of sanctions can't just be by a couple of hundred or maybe 1,000 missiles, can't just roll over. These destructions by missiles, if not struck at appropriate infrastructural places, it doesn't have much issue, while they have done so, right? But large number of critical areas continue to remain for Iran alive and surviving. The second is that we need to see, while they went in this war on a short notice because of possibly the intelligence of the nuclear enrichment to a level of a critical level, that Iranians were a couple of months away or a couple of weeks away from making a bomb or getting the capability. There was also pressure of Gulf. So let us not start believing that the Gulf countries are holier than thou, and they did not want this war to happen. There was enough pressure from the Gulf countries, which is quite visible in the open media. And of course, you can look at the manner in which they got. The smart move which the Iranians did was using short distance, short range, fast moving, cheaper version of missiles to strike at the American bases, including drones, and tiring them out by using their by expending their expensive interceptors. Nobody in US will like to see the kind of strikes which Russians have carried out in Kyiv yesterday night. 47 to 50 targets hit. Not even once interceptor could actually take out. These strikes were carried out by the Russians. So therefore, there was a shoddy planning. They thought they will get away with the short term by just carrying out certain activities. And there was also very, very poor military application. We can sit in judgment now and talk about it because we have the advantage of afterthought. But please understand that use of expensive interceptors of free use without getting into the kind of a target which is coming and giving those decisions to respective countries was very, very flawed option. So they had not planned on the low-cost application, and they should have learned what Hamas is doing to Israel, what Hezbollah is doing to Israel, what Ukraine was doing under encouragement to Russia. But they have not learned the lesson over last 1 year, couple of years to use low-cost, low-tech facilities. So they went in thinking that they will be able to resolve all these issues, which didn't happen. Last is they should have walked away. And I think I told last time also, and I'll again repeat, they should have walked away. I have written, the paper has been published by Claus, that there are times that you need to turn away from losses or from a winning point. When Hormuz was not yet activated as a leverage, they should have gone away. But again, knowing Trump, knowing the excitement and the muscular style of exit, possibly they committed a major fault to continue after first couple of weeks. Now, what are the challenges? Challenge is that Hormuz Bandar Abbas has become virtually a blackmailing leverage. Gulf wants peace, but Gulf also doesn't want the nuclearized Iran. And this is the contention and this is the division in which everything happened. And I totally agree with General Dushyant when he says that Oman may be the face, but US is totally sitting on the table in a corner supervising the deal which is happening. And as part of the deal which is likely to come out or what is being talked of, that while US may not give a direct aid of about $300 billion, please understand, we would give $300 billion in one stroke. A country cannot use that to construct whatever they want to do. So I think there will be a buyer media, and the Americans are likely to accept this idea of the toll being taken by both Iran and Oman on the passageway of Hormuz. So this ties in for all issues. The Gulf gets their exports going. The threat to them is not there. They are greedy people. They will like to have money all the time coming to them. But they will have to also keep on looking at the issue of nuclear, and that is the only contentious point. So today, US may just walk away by saying that we may discuss this issue later on, which Iran will like to have it on the table to be signed. This can roll on either way. And knowing Trump, knowing the American media and their entire machinery for information warfare, either way they can. So Iran will maybe get the document signed or commitment done, but Americans will sell it in a different manner to the Americans and to the world that they have won the war in whichever manner. But nobody is buying it today as of now. But I must say that again, that Oman is not doing it on its own. Oman is doing it under pressure, under compulsion, under encouragement of the Americans. Omanis are not known. They have not asked for toll. Initially, when Iran had proposed, they had immediately said that they don't want to do it, but they changed the stance eventually thereafter once the encouragement or instructions came from the Americans. While Omanis love to go for their independent autonomous decisions, but we all understand that how Americans work. So there is a leverage there. So if they get at a rate of about 4% per year, the calculation comes out, the Iranians will be able to make about $100 billion without pumping oil, right? So $100 billion is not too less. Yes, they may not be able to recover the full cost of the damage which happens. Nowhere in the world, right? That system as a history is there that we have fought a war and you did so much of a damage to us and therefore you need to pay all the money back to us for reconstruction. I think this will be one of the building block of discussion which will happen. And there are a lot of bad channels which is happening amongst the Gulf countries and the Iran about payment which will never come about into the open media. We will never come to know how many $billion have already exchanged, which will be a coordination of sorts between all the nations. It will not be put on paper. All that money will flow in gradually into Iran. So the deal, as of now, there is no choice for Americans. They have to go through this deal. They need to get away from this place. They need about a couple of months before their midterms are coming, which are now looking quite getting away from the Americans. Yesterday there was a election, and Democrats had won totally by hands down, wherein they had a Muslim Democrat who's won totally hands down in US. So I think the elections are going away from their hands today. The Republicans are also quite fractious against Trump now, as of now. So there is one party, they will lose face. But what can they do? I have a feeling that they are preparing grounds for a tact nuclear or short of tactical nuclear. The ground is being prepared. There is likely to be a possible action against, and this is my reading, I may be totally wrong. Americans hate to lose, right? And when they lose very, very badly, and they don't care how they lose. They also don't know how to win. So there is a possibility which the trigger may be used, and they may call the name of a thing, some other name, something else, but I frankly feel there's a huge possibility. We should be aware of it. What can India do? And it is our responsibility and responsibility of every think tank to talk about this point. In this war, India did not initiate, India did not want to continue, and India has got no leverage to stop it. Not only India, no other country, China, Russia, Europeans, Australians, Japanese, even Americans have got a vote in this war to be stopped the way we want to stop it. So unfortunately, we are generating a huge amount of pressure on the Indian government, which is going to go against us when you go to sit and argue on a table on our behalf, that we should be participating in this entire business. This business will be required to be resolved between the two elements, that is Americans and the Iranians. And it will happen only when the Americans walk away from it, or they carry out something very, very destructive in which Iran decides or has no choice to actually stop and start licking their wounds. So there are two situations. The second part, right, and that is where I want everybody to actually shape the mind of our people. Political, don't put the government under pressure. The second is India should develop, and this is what General Shankar has said. This talk is not new. This talk has been there for more than about a decade, right? And this has got attention not because of Iran war. This entire thing, I must tell you that it started, the discussion started a couple of years back, because within 5 to 6 months of a war or Hormuz getting blocked, you just can't have DPR, everything prepared and everything ready. And what General Shankar is talking about, that we need to develop a base, have the military, these talks have been ongoing, and unfortunately, neither the powers in position who should do something about it have done enough, nor, of course, our fractious opposition will allow things to happen so smoothly. But I guess in the national interest, we must develop a leverage. Why am I saying that India is going to develop? Issue is not India. The moment Iranians and Omanis go start asking for service tax, please understand, the rest of the world, whosoever is controlling straits, choke points, are going to be charging those rates, right? So we should not start looking at that it will be taxed only on to the ships that are going to be passing through Hormuz. This will become a worldwide norm, right? And in that worldwide norm, if you also don't have a payback mechanism to fill your coffers in terms of financial economic terms, India will be only paying to people rather than having some say of controlling the areas. So somewhere, I guess, I think If you have a say in Tyne, in Malacca Straits or any other place, you'll start realizing that you'll also start getting a share. And these are the places where barter happens. Because once America walks out and Iran is open to deal, this is where the trade will happen. This is where the deals will happen that, okay, we will do X, Y, Z for you. And this will become part of a broader deal and trade, passage of way for trades which go through any country on the land route or air route. Everybody pays taxes. And there are mutual benefits which are taken into advantage. We should look at it. Our arrangements with Iran, the smartness of entire thing, under all compulsion, people have been wanting us to take a position, anti-Iran, pro-Iran, anti-UAE, pro-UAE, something or other. The government has not hinged even a bit. So I don't think so in the region. Iran has got any great friends left today. So when they look at the Gulf countries, it is under compulsion their friendship. When they look at Pakistan, they know how much they have stabbed. The only country of some consequence in the region which is powerful enough is India. And therefore, I think we remain in a position to negotiate, talk to Iran the way we are talking. I'm not talking of from a back foot, because if you look at the action which India has done about their ships, about evacuating their personnel, about, in spite of instructions and people, the Americans trying to push to take position anti-Iran, India has not done that. And Iranians may not like us because of the issue of religion, but civilizationally, Iranians will always be with us. And they are smart deal makers. They are not deal breakers. So if you look at it this way, one has to look at positively what has happened. We need to very rapidly explain to people of the consequences of energy reliance from external agencies. So this whole issue of hybrid cars, the cars which are going to be relying on various ethanol systems and all, we need to start explaining and need to invest a lot of R&D on the energy system which can be reusable, renewable energy concept. And what I'm hearing and what I'm listening today, that Tata and Mahindra are coming with far better variants in terms of quality, in terms of energy management than what even the Chinese are. So the cars may not look so beautiful as the Chinese stuff looks, but in terms of efficiency and ruggedness, it may find still a better usage. So I think we need to explain to the public that more you rely on energy, the more you will be held hostage to the external thing. And it is political issue, but the entire world has been able to explain to the people. I am not sure why we aren't able to explain to our people, because if you don't talk and if you continue to give in, the politics will always get the country down, not ahead. The last point I want to just say, US, what has it achieved? A lot of people will ask this question. US was going down very fast last 5 years, 6 years back, right? US has gained one thing very critical. They may have lost face with Iran, but if they had succeeded, it was a massive success, right? They have achieved a disruption in the entire economic system. Good, bad, ugly, we will not talk of it right now because that's a matter of detail. If the question comes, I'll explain that why. The fact is that today, the rising powers or the people who could have controlled this thing are disrupted. I think Jan Shankar has explained very beautifully about China. Look at Russia, what has happened. The control leverages in South America, what has happened to Brazil, and they are trying to control. They are going to come after India. If anybody thinks that Americans are now not going to come after India after having created all these challenges for everybody else, we are sadly mistaken. Indian government and Indian people need to get ready. When Americans make their mind, they will do something silly, and they are very, very fixated in their ideas. We may have our friends, they may talk everything nice, bad, good, ugly about the present government, but please remember, the larger strategic thought doesn't change. They will be all polite. They are much worse than the Pakistanis when they will come to backstabbing. We will not even come to know how it happens. So, if you look at the region, how the region is being shaped, how the testing is being carried out. I really respect Americans for one thing. They may not be able to raise a country better or enable and empower a country, but they sure know how to destroy a region. And that we must be very, very wary and get set for that. We are the next.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Sobering thoughts at the end. I'd like to go to questions now. We have a fair amount of questions, and let's quite quickly go through those. General Dushan, you start, sir. First question, thank you so much, Atul Kumar Pandey, for your 900 joules. Thank you, Atul Kumar Pandey, again, 100 joules. Thank you, Kevlar, 200 joules. Thank you, Kevlar. Gifted 5 Gunnershot memberships. Thank you so much. Bisi Belebat, thank you for 200 joules. Bisi Belebat, 200 more joules. Thank you so much. Doctor, thank you so much for 2 joules. Samosa. Devrara, 1000 joules. Loot box. Sarji, you are having a great harvest today. General Shankar. Next one, please. One more 1000 joules. And the first question, Akash Tadani wants to know, General Dushan, this is apparently an export growth opportunity for our DIC. यार भगवान के लिए आप पहले expand करके बाद में वो abbreviation use करो यार. हम सब यार common man, आम आदमी, literal आम आदमी. We don't understand what DIC is. DIC Atmanirbhar program. We have warring nations who are our friends. USA, Israel, Russia come to mind. Your views, General Dushan. Sir, you are muted.
So I said wars are always an opportunity for defense industry. Americans have been doing it for so long. Indians have just given something to the Israelis, which has suddenly Amnesty International has got so hyper about it that they have raised a report against India that we have been supplying to the Israelis, and because of which the Hamas and the people in Gaza are suffering. So therefore, India should be cautioned. India should be told not to export things to Israel. So it is in that context. And let me tell you, 99% of the aid or weapon systems which come to Israel are from US. So you first raise a objection toward the US and then talk about India, which has just started exporting. We are around 29th in the ranking of exports. This year our exports have gone to about 34,000 crore. थोड़ा बहुत हम भी कमा रहे हैं तो उसके पीछे क्यों पड़ जा रहे हो आप? I think opportunities are there and we should exploit it. Why not? Armenia, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam. The global south is getting an opportunity to buy things at a half, I would say even 1/3 of the cost of the American goods. That is something which I think we should need to exploit it. Yeah. Hey, you wanted to say something?
General Pandey, you wanted to add?
Sir,
yeah, General Pandey.
The General Dushan, issue is not about, sir, issue is not about making money as an opportunity. While it is. But we also need to look at it that people in the region are getting securitized. Philippines, which is under stress from the Chinese, if we give them BrahMos or other systems, it adds to the power, because which country, like when we were running around to get our weapon systems to defend ourselves, the Americans, everybody was trying to, give us ज्ञान और फिर हम तुमको देंगे और फिर पैसे भी देंगे and we'll keep every code with us. All these countries, like in the periphery of our region, they require to secure themselves from internal threat, from external threat. If they are going to charge very, very high, and they have been talking of WTO, trade, business, fair in this thing, we make cheap goods, they can also make cheap. This is a competition, right? So we are doing what the Americans have been trying to teach the world, or the world has been trying to teach us. So it is high time that we securitize the entire world wherever possible. And at least the poorer part of the global south should definitely need to be helped. We should not look at it as a model that we are trying to make money. We are only helping people. Thank you so much.
No, when I said something, I said, why not? I mean, see, money is one of the major factors. We are the largest importers of defense equipment. We have to offset it somewhere, and the end use is left to countries like where we are exporting. We can't control Israel that okay, you will not use it in place A or place B. So therefore, I'm also being more clinical that if an opportunity is there, yes, it is there, but opportunity is for protection. Why do people go in? And you're right. Why do people go in for import of defense system to protect themselves? So Amnesty International has no business to interfere into this such things. He's talking about this as a defense industrial corridor. That is what he meant by DIC. So there is an opportunity to increase our manufacturing, etc. Absolutely, I agree with Jan Pandey on that issue.
General Shankar, this is for you, sir. Thank you, Niner Gold. US Russia are all out proxy war. Russia killed Lindsey Graham. Where does India, come on now, we don't know that. Where does India stand? What if India gets into big war? Where will India go for help? United States, General Shankar. Sir, you are muted, sir. You are muted, sir. You are muted.
Yeah, India doesn't have to go to anyone for help. India can help itself. I mean, what I spoke earlier is in the context of becoming a power, a regional superpower. I'll state it upfront. We shouldn't be shy of our ambitions. The ability to control the Indian Ocean from the Gulf of Aden to the Strait of Malacca. This was told, the first time I heard this or got a gyan about it was when, our Prime Minister, late Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, he said this. India's interest runs from the Gulf of Aden to the Strait of Malacca. It isn't that thing that, we need to do more. But as of now, India stands where it is, it's good. No one's going to come and trifle with India. Look at it the other way around. Who's going to come and fight with India? Pakistan. Abhi to yaar, he's lost J&K. In fact, I keep telling everyone, yesterday we had a program in which, ex-DGMO and an army commander was there on gunner shot. And we were talking. The whole dynamic of Pakistan's, thing is turned on its head now. With J&K virtually out of their hand. Khatam. He has to restart. The entire threat from Pakistan has to be rethought. By him, not us. And we have to now... it opens opportunities for us. And China, I have told you, Xi Jinping is to come in September here. Mr. Doval is going somewhere later this month to call Mr. Xi Jinping to come for BRICS. वो कौन सा लड़ेगा हमारे साथ अभी? So we don't have to go to anyone. Right? Russia wants your help to refine oil and give him back gas because he's running short. Israel wants your ammunition. You are helping others. Come. We are changed. Huh? If anything from COVID to now, India has changed. That change is something you have to understand. And Pakistan is not going to recover. I can bet my bottom dollar on it. अगर कोई म्यूचुअल फंड है ना उसमें मैं पैसा डालूं पाकिस्तान नीचे जाने वाला है मैं डाल दूंगा Pakistan is finished. So we should have a different way of looking at it. So we don't have to go to... And last person whom we have to go to help is US. और कोई बचा नहीं है तो यूएस के पास जाओ. We can have a strategic partnership with them. Remember, there's a difference between having a strategic partnership with them still and going to them for aid. They're two different things. Okay? A strategic partnership is a one-to-one. We still have it. We still have a strategic partnership with them. But today we are dealing with them on an equal footing. They don't like it, but we are doing it. So that's the way I look at it. Back to you, sir.
Next, Tara. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Is okay now? Yeah. So, next question. This is for General Pandey. Who is probable attacker on the Indian vessel in the Red Sea?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. You're trying to put me a guesswork, but I think in this case it would be Houthis would have done it, right? And when the Houthis do it, it would not be to send a message to India, right? So let's not start reading something incorrectly. These are matter of opportunities, sending a signal. And today, the concept which is talked about the merchant vessels, we talk a lot about that there were 10 Indians, there were 5 Indians. Life of Indians is very, very important. But unfortunately, today in merchant shipping, the flag may be somebody else's. The cargo will be of multiple other countries or maybe one country. The crew will be mixed. So there is a whole mixed stuff which happens, and there are times that people have to do for action. I don't think the Americans, when they carried out a strike, and that actually hurts me far more than Iranians trying to hit this thing. When the Americans hit a Indian ship, and we had, I think, two sailors who lost their lives. This kind of a situation, and this is, please understand, we may not, we may like to decry about what Iran has done, but who has started hitting the merchant vessels first at high seas? It is the Americans who started. We may not speak very openly because the news may not come correctly, but frankly, the media and social media and everything is controlled by these chaps. Iran started as a response. Who boarded and destroyed the Russian ship in high seas? The French did. Russians didn't. Ukrainians started under the encouragement of Europe and Americans to carry out strike at the sea, at the merchant vessels of Russian or vessels coming carrying stuff for Russia. And now Russia is responding back. Who's getting hit? The Ukrainians are getting hit badly. So, the fact is that when you take this war to a different level, you will reach no end. And I don't think so that Houthis, when they carried out the strike on the Indian vessel, would have done it with that purpose to punish India or to strike at India. They've got a window of opportunity, they've struck.
Next question, please. Arpit Gulani, 750 joules, let them cook. Next one, Jahangir Gotla, thank you so much. Do we have to worry, this question is for General Dushant, do we have to worry about places slipping out of NAPAC and into others' hands? So many cats out of the bag with response to US, with respect to US, is it sane to part ways?
I don't think we should be in a hurry to take decisions which are of a strategic nature. We need to weigh these things at a much deeper level. In any case, our policy is of strategic autonomy, so we will go where we have our best interest. So therefore, let things happen. We will make a very considered decision based on all the aspects. So I think the US relationship will go through some rough patches, but in the end, our best bet would be the US in the long run. After all, Trump is going to be there only for another 2.5 years. So let's see that. Okay.
Thank you. My humble request before we go to the next question. Viewers, when you ask questions, I realize you're typing from your smartphone. 6 out of 10 of you are watching it on your smartphone. And, the fat fingers, it can give you trouble. What makes our life easier is, one, if you fully expand the abbreviations, because not everybody is going to understand the abbreviation. And second, if you use our app, because what happens is that app gives you a little bit more leeway to auto-correct some of the simpler errors. And we have so many questions, we don't have time to edit it, get it right, and then read it. So what happens is, sometimes RESP, what does that mean? Response, respectively, I don't know, I can go on and on. So this is what makes it a little bit difficult for everybody to have a good time. May I just request those of you who would like to ask questions, and there are a few of you, just install the app and ask the question from there. Thank you very much. Next question, Jackie Paul, question, this is for General Shankar. What is our strategy in Sir Creek? Are we trying to stretch Pakistan Army?
Yeah, sort of. See, the more important thing is there's no threat from Pakistan Army in Sir Creek. The Sir Creek is important because of the fishing available out there, right? You get good lobsters and all, I believe. And, there's one nala called the Harami Nala, which, it's called the Harami Nala, but it's full of, seafood. So it's more of that than anything else. and it's not really to stretch or anything. And we don't want to be deprived of, our fishermen shouldn't be deprived of good harvest. That's the thing. It's economy. It's more of economy. Yeah.
Sir, North Korea is sending missiles to Russia and helping Iran with crypto transactions. How does India look at North Korea? Wild card? Oh, unfortunately, we just lost his video. General Dushyant, you're still online. Can you answer, sir?
Yeah. So North Korea should not be looked as any kind of a wild card. It has to be dealt with like a threat always, because I don't think we have the right kind of leverage over North Korea. The only country which has the leverage over North Korea is China. So we have to be cautious of North Korea, where they are going to proliferate their weapons, their nuclear capabilities. Also a very, very serious concern. We have to watch North Korea very closely. So as of now, I would put North Korea under the watch list and not as a wild card.
Next question. This is for General Pandey. Let me far-fetched. If Oman-Iran deal is done mostly in favor of Iran, will other Gulf countries ditch Oman? What will be the relationship between them and Oman? General Pandey.
No, I don't think so. They will pitch Oman. In geopolitics, nobody is anybody's friend. Nobody is anybody's enemy. It is all about timings. If there is only one way and the security has to be provided with the joint thing, I think Oman will also come out with a requisite deal. This profit sharing mechanism will be there between Oman and Iran. But eventually there will be deals amongst deals. So each Gulf country will have its own deal with Oman, right? And the maturity of the system is that if the geopolitical scenario has changed, we should not try and go back, look at the status quo. After all, when the lines between countries are drawn, when the trade routes are drawn, there will always be shock which will change the geopolitics or geoeconomics of area. And this will be a new norm. So when this will be the new norm, then people will say, okay, when we are going to use other choke points, we are going to hike the rates. So some degree of balance will come about when other countries start agreeing. And let me confess again to both the senior sirs that I look at this as advantage. This is corrections happening. The wild corrections. Till now, we were being ruled by colonial international systems which were impinged upon us to hold us. You look at 5 years of Ukraine war, Russia-Ukraine war. You look at COVID. These disruptions have ensured that we have come out with flying colors, right? Where the American economy, the Europeans, the Chinese have stuttered, India has come about. So we need to look at these things as international order crumbles. You will find India's stature coming out because your stuff was not being allowed to be sold. You're not allowed to be made things. Sanctions were given in variety of different forms. So if you're making something, human rights organization will come and start teaching and educating you. World Bank will start punishing you, will say some sort of restrictions on you. So the system was never fair for Indians or the third world countries. They were designed to keep us rich, poor, resource rich, labor and poor. So it was the colonial system which was haki. This last decade has been not, and I'm not towards the political side. We are lucky that there was a mature political system which has exploited or which has been forced to adapt into this situation, right? And it is good which is happening, and I'm sure that is why we are talking very, very overtly about Andamans. We are talking of so many other things. The deals, you imagine the deals that have been made with UAE directly, with Saudis. In last 1 month, we have been engaged. You look at this whole Afghanistan, we would have never ever thought that we'll be engaging with Taliban, which had virtually defeated the American superpower out of their own area. So the world would have gone against us if we had been talking to Taliban, for whatever reason. But today, nobody's talking about it. It has given us enough scope to develop our heft in the world.
Thank you so much, sir. General Dushyant, this is for you. Yeah, go ahead, General Dushyant, please go ahead. Yeah.
Both. First thing is that, what General Pandey is saying is absolutely right. The deal which is being actually negotiated between Iran and Oman, why it has not finalized is, I believe Oman is insisting on no talks. Now, once that happens, then the problem of Qatar, Kuwait automatically gets sorted out. Bahrain gets automatically sorted out, and that the rest of the West Asian countries trying to go against Oman will be taken care of. Also, it somewhere keys into the fact that they would achieve this without actually doing an aggressive fighting with Iran. So I think that is a major point, which is that is why the deal has not been announced today in the.
Thank you, sir. Stay for this question. This is for you, General Dushyant. I'm not sure Iran especially recants a deal. They are thirsting for revenge. Otherwise, they would have seriously accepted the memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is a hypothetical question. Both sides have a very rigid stance on their positions as far as the current war or current conflict which is going on. I would not hazard a guess by any stretch of imagination that Iran should have agreed to or not agreed to. Logic says they should have, because they were emerging as the winner. Actually, the 60-day MOU which was signed, I think Iran was getting almost everything, barring that nuclear aspect of it. If they had agreed to it today, Iran would have been, sitting very pretty. But they stood on their ground, and similarly, the Americans are standing their ground. Now, whether the Americans toppled the entire deal, realizing that they are losing out in this MOU, that is also another theory. So as of now, we really can't say anything as to somebody is thirsting for revenge or not thirsting for revenge. See, Iran doesn't have that military capability to take revenge. It is now trying to make the best out of whatever it can get from the West and the Gulf countries, so that it is able to rehabilitate itself. The country needs major help to stand on its feet.
Thank you, sir. General Shankar, this is for you, sir. Is this a plot to focus on the midterms?
I think the midterms are gone already. Like, in any case, this question actually should be to Mr. Sri Iyer. He is the best person to talk about midterms and the mood there. Back to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Kandan, midterms are still up in the air. Don't go by, the primary result. The primaries were between Democrat candidates, not between Democrats and Republicans. There is a difference, and that will happen only in November. Now, my good friend Sri Thanedar has lost. Sri Thanedar has lost in Michigan, which was considered to be one of the safest seats. So there is nothing safe anymore. Some other forces are at work. Maybe the system is righting itself. I don't know. Certainly now, Republican senators are pulling back on making Save America Act into law. Ask yourself this question. They were the ones who were hurt in 2020, and now they don't want Save America Act to go through. Either that, or they want to delay it so far that there is no time for all the states to put Save America Act into practice for the midterm. So each one is in this for themselves, and they're all playing games within games. And just wait. Kandan, the answer for the midterms, it's going to be a close run affair. I don't know who will prevail, but I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. Just wait and see. US has actually done a clever thing. I'll be analyzing it separately, because that's not going to be something in 2 minutes, I can say. Just wait for some time. We'll have that on our, maybe on Good Morning India tomorrow. We can do that, where we reverse roles. General Shankar will ask me questions and I will give the answers on how I read it. Sometimes it's fun to have things like that. So we'll see. I'll talk to General Shankar and see if we can talk about America's midterm prospects. The next question is for General Shankar. Since you passed on the previous one, back to you, sir. My question to all four: MBS said he can buy nukes from Pakistan. So why do you deflect the discussion that notorious Qatar can borrow some of Iran's nuke capabilities? General Shankar.
Look, nukes don't get, traded like sabji. No one will part with nukes. Okay, it's very simple. Even Pakistan will not give away nukes. Nukes give them power. Asim Munir nukes de dega, so he'll have to really do boot polishing somewhere else. So it's not so simple, right? It's money, lot of money. So, and MBS can say he can buy nukes, but who will give him those? It's not an open sale. So these are complicated things. Don't go by what comes out in the newspapers and things like that. Okay. I've dealt with missiles all my life. Right? I've dealt all my life. Even now I'm dealing with them. I have not seen a nuke so far. I have not seen a nuclear warhead. I must be honest. I have not seen a nuclear warhead so far. So don't think that these are up in, this is like, you dial and Swiggy or Piggy will come and give you a nuclear warhead at home. It doesn't happen like that. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much. General Pandey, this is for you, sir. Can United States abandon war and leave Israel hanging? If Iran comes out on top, what happens to world order and oil markets? यार एक क्वेश्चन क्यों नहीं पूछते मनोज सान? Let's first ask the first question. Can US abandon war and leave Israel hanging? General Pandey.
No, right now, I think US needs Iran. US needs Israel. Israel doesn't need
जावेद आप बने रहे
US
हमारे
today.
पास इनफैक्ट
The
जब
role
हम
has
फोरेंसिक
reversed
एनालिसिस की बात करते हैं
from
we
the
have some
start.
breaking developments on that
A
front.
lot of people have been saying that US is fighting on behalf of
Well, the CBI charge sheet
Israel.
in the alleged
I am
NEET
totally
2026
in
paper leak
disagreement
case
with
has
this.
cited an
Israel
in-depth
is fighting
analysis
its
of the
own war.
leaked material
US
recovered
has
from
ridden
aspirants and
on the
alleged
piggyback of Israel to take advantage of their intelligence, their capabilities in the proximity, their aircrafts which could fly. Israel did its bits in the initial period, and thereafter Israel has focused where it should focus, and that is in region. So Iran, from the distance, has got not major threat for Israel, and Iran also knows that if it gets after Israel the way it wants to, Israel will be punishing it far more brutally. So I don't think so. US walks away, Israel has got any issue. They are pretty okay. There was a second part. I'm sorry, I forgot that second part.
Manoj San, this time I'll read the entire question one by one, but please don't send one question per person. It makes our life easier. If Iran comes out on top, what happens to the world order and oil market? General Pandey.
Yeah, so I don't think so. Iran is going to come out on top. The only way it can come out is when it has got a weapon. Today, once this whole thing finishes, Iran is going to be struggling in the region. This region is going to become a very, very volatile region, which it was not till now. There was a balance, and that volatility will come because there is a lot of paramilitary forces which are going to be fighting. There are proxies which will be happening. The new proxies are being created at some other level. If you look at slightly very closely to Syria and the Syrian borders, you'll find there are things which are developing in that region. The Israelis have got a major stake in this area now, and they got leverages and control. So I think Iran will be fighting an internal battle once this war stops. Right? Things are not going to be very easy in Iran once Americans go away. It's just a matter of time. There's a trouble within Iran and in its proximity. When the economic hardship hits, again I'm saying the world may give $300 billion to Iran. To use the $300 billion to construct, to create infrastructure within a year's time, you require a certain degree of capabilities and structures in place, which is not there, right? To consume that much today. And there is a fraction which is there. There's a huge fracture within IRGC, within the political people, even the tariffs. And when everything goes away, the trouble goes away, then you will see the dissension within the ranks which will break out. And what is happening in the borders of Iran is something we'll see maybe in about a couple of more months.
Thank you so much, sir. Next question to General Dushyant. Bhaskar Josila wants to know, what is our big navy about? What about BrahMos?
I can't understand the next one.
Next one, please. This is where I said you have to make sense of it before we go in. 3 General, sir, please answer this. How should teachers handle indisciplined, abusive, and delinquent student, considering all laws have banned even scolding? General
See,
Dushyant.
this is a question out of syllabus or out of the today's discussion. I would say that, if you talk to them by going down to their levels, that would be the best way to do. I just took a session of about 300 odd students from Chandigarh University, which boasts of about 50,000 students. And I was speaking something about warfare. And when I saw them, people in first year, people in the post-graduation first year, so I realized, there's no use talking to them about warfare. So I spoke some things which straight away connected with them. So I think we need to understand from where they are coming, and then deliver our so-called gyan, whether it is the teachers or whether it is
Middlemen.
we have to
According
become
to
more
the agency, the
practical. We
material
have to
was
get down to
examined
the
by an
level what
expert
they
panel
understand,
constituted by
what is
Delhi
their language
University,
of
which
easily
found that a
assimilating
major
things. I
portion
don't say
of the
that
recovered content
we
matched
start
4
encouraging
NEET
their
UG
abusiveness, etc.
2026 paper
But
sets.
definitely there
Kailash,
are ways and means to
Shivalik,
connect with
set
them,
2
and
and
the
3
best way
to
is
varying degrees. Now, officials have
somewhere
said
we
that the
have to
paper
become.
sets
हमारे पहले भी
allegedly accessed
earlier
by
in
the
our
accused
culture,
experts showed the
people used to
highest
say,
number of
जब
matches
बाप और
reaching
बेटा
up to 85%,
जूता एक
while
में
the
आने लग
sets
जाए तो
not
बाप और
did
बेटा
not
दोनों
provide
दोस्त
them
बन जाते
the
हैं. So
recorded.
at that point in
We
time, the
read,
teacher
in fact,
and the
not
students also
the
have to be
recorded sets that were
similarly
submitted.
treated.
Well, let me go
For
across to
all
Javed
its
for more of this. Javed,
negatives, I
ये
would
जो
say the
CBI की
education
चार्ट
in the
शीट
West
है
is
इसमें
still
जब
very good,
एनालिसिस
more
किया गया तो
practical oriented.
85% तक का
My
मैच आ
grandchild is
रहा
studying there,
था.
and she's
एक
growing
जो
up in a
पोर्शन
much
रिकवर
more
किया
better
गया
manner.
था
And of
4
course, the
नीट
parents
यूजी
have a
पेपर
very,
सेट्स
very,
का
very
कैलाश
important role in
शिवालिक सेट 2 और 3
upbringing
का.
and grooming. Parents today are not finding time to devote to this. Both are working,
equally important are
and
the
therefore
points which you have just
the children are left to
and obviously
somebody else's
the
care.
Central Bureau of
Those who don't
Investigation is
understand
investigating
what
this
they are
whole
undergoing.
case and
So
remember I just want to
these
add on one
scolding
more thing
etc.
to it.
are
See
things which we can easily overcome.
when the Delhi's Rout
I can
Avenue
keep on
Court
going on.
has
It's a
in a way
psychological class
rejected
which we have to take
petition
to,
of Dr.
to actually
Manoj
answer this
Kirure,
particular
who is
question.
one of the accused. That CBI
General
has
Shankar,
said
this is
something
for you, sir.
officially in the
President Trump
courtroom, and
clearly
CBI
said he
said
doesn't like
that
people
it
dying
was
in
a
wars.
criminal
He
conspiracy
tried
and bail
negotiating
should not
despite
be
knowing
granted.
that he was
And
dealing
at
with
that
liars.
time,
He has
while
promised to
rejecting
save the
the bail
Iranians.
petition,
So you
in
think he
July
will
last
stop,
week of
General
July,
Shankar?
the Rout Avenue Court
Yeah,
has rejected the bail petition of Dr.
President Trump
Manoj
said he'll not start a war also.
and the CBI has called him one of the
Didn't he?
kingpins in the whole case.
He said,
and,
I've stopped so
he's
many
one
wars,
of the
I'll not
accused
start a
in
war.
about the impact
I
it is
don't know.
created, the paper leak is created on the
So he
nation
wants,
and
he
the
wants the Nobel Prize
examination
for
process
stopping
that
India-Pakistan war and 9 wars or whatever. Now, if you start believing a person like that, then, well, all the best. So, I don't know. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I go with Mr. Trump. He's
the credibility
doing everything
of the
in
examination
the interest
process
of
as such,
USA.
Honorable Judge
So when it comes to national interest and the fact that you are their
they have
president,
requested for
he will do what he
polygraph
wants to
test.
do. So
In this case,
I
their
don't
lawyer,
know. I don't want to
AP
second
Singh,
guess him
Advocate
whether
AP Singh has asked
what he
for,
will do or not.
polygraph
But he is
test. Now
doing it for his
that
national
case
interest.
will also be
And
decided
he's the
on
man who
Monday,
sets the national
and
interest
Monday is
in
going to be
USA.
crucial in this
So
whole
I
case
don't
because
find fault with him
Newsweek
either.
case
Right?
is a case
All right.
which
Because
has
the way
not
he
just
dealt with
grabbed the
India is a
national
completely
headlines,
different story.
but
That's on
also
that we can have a
took,
debate.
in a way, the conscience
And
of
I
the
didn't like it
students,
as an
and
Indian.
they
I didn't
have
like it.
started
As simple as that.
protesting
But
on
that
the
doesn't
road,
mean
and
that
one
I
of the
don't have the
protests we saw
capability
at
to look
Jantar
over my
Mantar
own
in the
personal
national
prejudice against
capital.
him to see
And,
what he's doing
so
for his
yes,
country.
I thank both of you,
We'll leave it
Sambhav
at that.
Sharma and Javed Hussain, for joining
That
us and for
brings us to a
breaking
close of
down
today's
those
program. What an
developments
exchange
for
of
our
ideas.
viewers. We're
As
now
always,
shifting our
viewers,
focus to Tamil
please
Nadu.
do this little thing. After this program finishes, go back to the place
Tamil
where you
Nadu
watch
Chief
it, whether it
Minister
was Channel
Joseph
2
Vijay's
of
wife,
P-Gurus or Ganesh Shot or
Sangeeta, has
Strategic Front
withdrawn
Lines.
her divorce
Go back,
petition
locate the
filed
three
before
dots at the
a
right of
district
the
court.
name, whichever the
Following
channel
the
is,
withdrawal of the
and
petition,
click
the
on
court
that.
has
You will locate
disposed
hype
of the
and
case.
please do
No further
hype it.
proceedings
Thank you once again,
will take
gentlemen.
place in
Namaskar.
this matter. Let me go across to my
Namaskar.
colleague
Bye-bye,
Belly
sir.
Thomas,
Bye-bye,
who
sir.
joins
Jain,
us
sir.
on this
Bye, take
broadcast for
care.
more. Belly, if you can give us an update on this particular withdrawal of the divorce petition.
The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Sri Joseph Vijay's wife, had appeared before the court through video conferencing when her plea was taken up today, and she then submitted the reasons for not pursuing her case. And accordingly, the court disposed her petition as withdrawn, and the the local court had on June 15th adjourned the proceedings in the divorce case of CM Vijay and his wife, scheduling the next hearing for August 7th today. And Sangeeta
Good
had
morning,
filed
India.
a divorce petition with the
Today we are
Chennai
on
court
to
under the
something
Special Marriage
slightly
Act
different.
1954,
And
seeking
the
dissolution
difference is
of
I'm
their
going to
marriage
lead the
in
show
February
and
2026.
Shreya is going to
The
join in.
petition reportedly
Shreya, please
alleges,
join in.
adultery,
And then we'll
mental
see where
cruelty,
this whole thing
neglect
goes.
and
Yeah.
desertion,
And what we're
states
going to
that the
talk
marriage
today
had
is
irretrievably
on his turf.
broken down.
And the
this was what,
turf is, will Trump lose the Congress? What are the midterm elections all about? Everyone talks about midterms. Actually, I don't know what this midterm is. I mean, as a layman. So we're going to have Shreya ji talk us through this whole story of midterms. And later we have time, we'll touch base with Bangladesh, because something very interesting has happened day before yesterday. And I'll explain this whole story. Right? If you could have that little slide, let me explain what is this whole thing about. You know, look, in the US system, there's something called the midterms. So what is the midterm about? It is up 1 year, the president gets elected. 2 years after that, the House comes up for election. What is the House? House is the lower house, the House of Congress, the Congress, House of Representatives, which is known as US Congress. The current majority is, 218 Republicans and 212 Democrats. Now this entire house is up for grabs. It goes for polls. And of course, what is the number needed for Democrats to gain control of the house? And that's just about 4. A flip of 4 is what this thing. So you call it the swing state, the swing, what will happen? The US Senate has 53 Republicans today and 45 Democrats, plus of course 2 independents. Again, the flip is 4. So what are up there for elections and midterms and all that? A complete lot of House, the House of Congress,
the Ministry of External Affairs has firmly defended India's
230 odd seats are up for grabs. The second, in the Democrats, not Democrats, in the Senate, there are also significant amount of, I think about 50 odd seats are up for grabs. And they go to polls. Not put in this is, there are 36 governors due to change.
His remarks came in
now, when
response
this
to criticism from
is
a US
almost
lawmaker
virtually,
over the
this is the US system, that's the beauty of the US system, the checks and balances of the US system, where the president can't run away with everything he wants for, complete
legislative matters.
So he has to take a, check at the middle of the thing. The people take a check on his presidency and they will vote
taken by the
Congress or a Senate the way they want. And this is what
several nations,
it means. Why are they important? Because they are important because at the end of the day, the money has to be passed, the money bills, the funding, everything has to be passed through the House of Representatives and the US Senate. Right? This is the broad thing.
My colleague Atul Ranjan, who joins us on this broadcast. Atul, this is a sharp
a lot of stakes are there for the midterms. We discussed about
the Ministry
We keep talking of
External
midterms
Spokesperson
in the
Randeep
context
Jaiswal,
of
he
Iran
stated
and many
that
other things.
this is an
So the
internal
question
matter. All
will Trump lose
decisions and
Congress in
issues will be discussed
November?
by the
If
Parliament.
he does, what are the implications? We'll talk of the implications later, but we'll talk of the current scene, where it is going, everything. Shreya ji, over to you. Please take on.
Regulations Amendment Bill, which was,
thank you so much, sir. Viewers, good morning to all of you,
Now,
and Good Morning India program. And we are looking at a very interesting point in time as far as the elections in the United States are concerned. So viewers, the term of Congress is 2 years. Like it's like Lok Sabha being re-elected every every 3 years or every 2.5 years, and so that there are 2 times the Lok Sabha people get elected. Imagine if something like that were there in India. That means that you could suddenly lose majority in the in the Lok Sabha. Something similar to that is what happens in the United States. And this has been there from right from the beginning. So the lower house or the house of called as Congress, House of Representatives, every 2 years they have to get elected. So what is the bad news? This time many Indian Americans have lost out in primaries to their Democratic challengers. Like who? Raja Krishnamurthy is out. He got out of Congress to run for Senate, but in Senate for Illinois, he lost out in the primary to the Lieutenant Governor of Illinois. I don't know how that he didn't see that coming, but be that as it may. So he's out. Then Sri Thanida, 2 days ago, he was supposed to have been in a very safe seat in Michigan. He also has lost. So now you can see the number of Indian American congressional members is dwindling. These two were, at least notionally Hindu, and now both of them are out.
Thank you so much, Atul, for all those
That's
details.
just for
With that,
Indian
viewers,
context. But overall, what happens should Trump lose the majority. If he loses the majority, what happens is, first of all, like General Shankar said, you won't get money allocation for many of the things, which means his wings will be clipped, and that means he can't really do a whole lot in Iran, and that's perhaps the reason why Iran is so cocky right now. They think
सांस्कृतिक
that
संरक्षण के मजबूत संकल्प के साथ डबल इंजन की सरकार ने उत्तराखंड को प्रगति की न सिर्फ नई पहचान दी है, बल्कि तय किया है युवा सोच, आधुनिक परिवेश, नवाचार और अनंत उपलब्धियों का सफर। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के कुशल नेतृत्व में सरकार ने उन संभावनाओं पर जोर दिया है जो सुखद भविष्य की नींव तैयार कर रही है। उत्तराखंड में दूरस्थ पहाड़ के सुदूर गांव भी पीएम मोदी के डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। डिजिटल क्रांति के इस सफर में अपनी सरकार पोर्टल द्वारा रिकॉर्ड 976 डिजिटल सेवाओं का घर बैठे लाभ दिया जा रहा है। युवाओं के खिलते हुए चेहरे सरकार की कार्यकुशलता का प्रमाण दे रहे हैं। प्रदेश में पारदर्शी तरीके से युवाओं को रिकॉर्ड 33,000 से ज्यादा सरकारी नौकरियां प्रदान की गई हैं। सड़कें अब विकास और प्रगति की गाथा लिख रही है। 12,000
that the illegals can't vote, because that has been a long-standing allegation, and therefore the Republicans will win. Now, what has happened is the Save America Act went through a grueling session. I mean, this has been doing the round for 6 or 7 months now. And finally now, in the current form, because what happens is some portions will be passed and then something else will be passed in the Congress. So something will be passed in Senate, something else will be passed in Congress. So two have to reconcile before a bill can be signed by the president. So these things, once you reconcile, again you have to put it to vote. You get the point, right? So this is a bit of a administrative work. And finally now, where it is now is in August, the Senate was supposed to vote on the version that the House voted. That is the reconciled bill. Unfortunately, the Senate has not voted on that and they have taken recess now. 6 weeks they'll be gone, which means even if they come back and vote for it, there will not be enough time to pass the Save America Act. They will pass the act, not enough time to implement it on the ground level. In other words, for every counting booth, every polling booth, that they need to check the citizenship and so on and so forth. So this midterm is not going to have the check that Republicans wanted to put to ensure that only citizens voted. Given that, what's going to happen? Well, that means that there's a good chance the Democrats will romp through. And what does that mean? Like we said, he's going to have problems with passing anything. So it will become a lame duck presidency. Not much to do for the remaining 2 years of his term. By the way, some significant things happened. Today, President Trump has endorsed formally J.D. Vance as his successor. This is important because Vance was one guy who kept saying, let's not go to war with Iran. So that's one thing that Trump has done. But the second more interesting thing is what I'm going to share by way of a PDF file. Take a quick look at it because there are Senate hearings going on right now about this. Take a quick look at this. So this was just 2 days ago. Senate Judiciary Subcommittee, that is chaired by Senator Ted Cruz, security analyst Kyle Scheidler testified that Michigan Democratic U.S. Senate candidate, that is, he's a Senate nominee because he won the Democratic primary. His name is Abdul El Saeed, has ties to networks linked to the Muslim Brotherhood, pointing to familial connection. Evidently, his father is Muslim Brotherhood member, and also, connection with groups like CAIR. And both El Saeed and CAIR strongly rejected the claims as Islamophobic. This is the standard response that they give. Now, the hearing, which was convened by Ted Cruz, titled Hidden in Plain Sight, Confronting the Muslim Brotherhood Network in America. I mean, they are not making any bones about it. They are taking aim at Muslim Brotherhood. Why? Because Muslim Brotherhood, it is believed, is funded in a large part by Qatar and also by many other Islamic countries, but that part is not very well established. Qatar's name has come out. So the thing is, this hearing happened after El Saeed won his primary in Michigan. So, see, Michigan is a solid Democrat state. For all practical purposes, he will become the senator from that state. And that means that there's going to be a Muslim Brotherhood linked person in the Senate. This will be the first time. So why is Kyle Scheidler saying that this guy is a problem? He said that Scheidler's father-in-law, Dr. Taib Jukaku, held past leadership as president of CAIR Michigan and served on the founding committee of the Islamic Society of North America. Viewers, I'm going to stop here because this is something that I have been saying for 2-3 years now. 2-3 years. And there's a lot of data that we have provided. Nothing has happened. The biggest one offender, in my opinion, was Ilhan Omar. Nothing has happened. She's just sitting still. She's winning her primaries easily, and she most likely will be back in Congress. So these things, and there is another big allegation, and that we'll have to wait for 2 more days before we'll get confirmation on that, is that somehow Mamdani's election as mayor is suspect. I'll just leave it at that because it's still going through the process of legality and so on. But why am I saying all this? That again, this is fear-mongering. This is probably what the Republicans will resort to try and shore up their vote and also to come back to a majority in November. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Certainly, there have been surprises, and I would not write off Trump yet because Trump has had a habit of pulling a rabbit out of a hat. And see, for example, let's take a situation. Trump says, okay, I'm not getting my majority in November. Let me see how much damage I can do now. And he might go hammer and tongs at Iran. Possible. With Trump, you can never guess what he is going to do. So this is where things stand, viewers. And we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Certainly, the trend looks like the Democrats might be able to get their nose up front. Back to you, sir.
Oh, thanks a lot. It's not only this. You see, the worrying factor of what's happening in USA, as an Indian, and largely a person who believes in democracy, not Democrats, democracy.
Yeah, democracy.
Right. There are 2 trends which are coming out from USA. The first trend is increasing Islamization, or people with Islamic roots coming to the front. Look at Mamdani, look at this chap, and Ilhan Omar. And that's surprising. These people fundamentally are really, they don't have a backing, they don't have great education, they don't have many things, but they have the backing of Islam, funding by Islam. Is it global? Is it only American? Is it something is to be seen? So to that extent, has the American system been penetrated by this, radical Islam? Or you don't call it radical Islam, is a extreme Islam or a hardline Islam. It's coming in. Let's be very clear about it. We have to understand this drift. The second drift which comes out is, look, these 2 Indian origin, Shritanadar and Raja Krishnamurthy being out, also gives another the right is consolidating around a white vote.
Yeah.
Right? That's the right. That's a second trend which is coming out of this whole story. The third trend, which has not yet come out, but it is now making the rounds, is that the communists are influencing elections in USA. The communists, the CCP is known to have influenced the elections in Canada. It's on record, okay?
Yeah.
And the CCP had developed tremendous linkages in USA. With whom is suspect? They might be playing both sides of the fence, right? They might be playing both sides of the fence. Earlier reports came out, there were even Chinese Communist Party police stations in New York functioning independently under the radar. So there's a trend line. So the thing is that, look, the America you are dealing with is not a homogeneous, monolithic America. It's something with a lot of shades of green, grey and blue. We don't know, or even red. So the fact is that well, how does it affect India? I mean, that's the larger question which we need to answer. So I'd like Shri Iyerji's view, sir. How do you see, with the kind of America which is emerging, how do you see India-US ties going forward in the short term? I'm not talking about the long term.
General Shankar, Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Secretary, is currently in the United States. So there is some talk that the free trade agreement could actually go through in the next few days. I think there were one or two small items that were, being debated. I think something like that could happen, and that again would be a W for Trump. That, look, I got this thing done. It's going to improve. So, and hopefully, if that happens, then the heat on NRIs and Indians in the United States will come down a little bit, because then what happens is the opportunities are open for both sides. That there will be more opportunities. See, there is a big problem right now with Boeing and the orders from Indian companies into aircraft orders into Boeing. This is still going on because of that air crash in Ahmedabad. Now, somewhere still we don't have all the answers. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Most important thing that India has in its hands today is its ability to refine crude at a relatively lower cost than others. And that is a compelling argument for United States to stay with India. Like, for example, Reliance is going to build a $300 billion refinery in United States, primarily because they have the expertise to handle heavy crude of Venezuela. So I think that will come through. And I'm going to have a monologue probably published in the next couple of days. Take a look at Iran may think it has won, and the world may say that Iran has won, but have they? There is a slightly different nuanced take on that. You'll need to take a look at that, and after that, I'll invite General Shankar also to talk about this. We will see how this plays out, because there's another thing going on. So that's where I'd like to stop. Let's talk about the other topic that we say we want to touch upon. Unless you want to
get on to the other topic, I want to look. Everyone talks Iran has won and all that. I don't believe Iran has won, really. Okay, if you put it off in a bilateral kind of a thing, Iran versus USA, well, USA is where it is. It's got into a puddle, right? And it's going to hit its domestic politics, and we'll see the reflection of that sooner or later. Iran is a topic we'll discuss separately, because the topic which I would like to discuss, maybe on Sunday we'll discuss this.
Yeah.
Right? We'll discuss whether Iran will survive. Whether, you see, what are the repercussions? They say the morning after is always not so beautiful. Okay? The morning after will always be dirty. And we'll look at that Iran, and we'll discuss that whether it will fall or not. Okay? And maybe simultaneously we will also discuss America's forever wars. Because what is it for America? What is the track record? Where will it affect America as we go along? So that's a discussion. So let's switch to the next topic of Bangladesh. Back to you, sir.
Yeah. So, viewers, what is happening in Bangladesh? Now, one of the things that we covered by way of a shorts is the elimination, or actually I should say the unknown army now has had a debut in Bangladesh also. This is a shorts, you'll need to go back and take a look at one of the shorts that I released. And what that means is that Bangladesh is now going to feel the heat of India the way Pakistan has been feeling it for some years now. But there was another incident that took place, a very important incident. And I think General Shankar describes that as a googly that India has bowled at both Bangladesh and Pakistan. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, day before yesterday, a surprise of surprise, Sheikh Hasina, had a press conference in Delhi. The moment, not only that,